talk outside. I need to swallow my pride. She said, did you forget me? I said, no, I'm just playing. So won't you let me explain how I know your name. So won't you let me explain. Said you'll be on my mind for tonight. Said you'll be on my mind. Said you'll be on my mind for tonight. Said you'll be on my own. Said you'll be on my mind for tonight. Said you'll be on my mind. Said you'll be on my mind for tonight. Said you'll be on my own. You were always on my mind. Said you were always on my mind. Said you were always on my mind. Said you were always on my mind.
KUAMFM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
I get these telephone calls and letters from this little baby girl of mine. She says, Daddy, what time you coming home? 'Cause you've been on my mind. And I break her heart every time I think just a little between 4 and 5. Don't worry about me, baby, I'll be home on time. I feel every ounce of sadness at the end of every call. But one day I hope she'll understand just why I do it all. I give her everything and do all I can for this little baby girl of mine. I've got your heart, my baby, and you've got mine. One day I know all the letters will end, so I'll hold her for as long as I can. 'Cause one day my baby girl will be leaving for the arms of another man. And I'll be making telephone calls and letters for that little baby girl of mine. I'll be saying, honey, when will you be coming home? 'Cause you've been on my mind. And it breaks my heart every time I think, when I know it's just a matter of time. You'll always be my baby girl, my one of a kind. I've got your heart, my baby, and you've got mine.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I took a plane over the stars, didn't get me very far, 'cause all my problems still follow me. And I flew to the moon, wasn't far enough away from you, 'cause all my problems still follow me. And every morning when I rise, I'm just sleeping in this bed I made. One million times it's out of my mind, I have justified, 'cause all my problems still follow me. And I discovered a way to cleverly avoid the blame, 'cause all my problems still follow me. Troubles fade, and every morning when I rise, I'm just sleeping in this bed I made. Troubles fade, and every morning when I rise, I'm just sleeping in this bed. I'm just sleeping in this bed. I'm just sleeping in this bed I made.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
much this heart of mine's beating for you. You and how will you ever know? My love will grow stronger and stronger for you. So I said, now girl, if you only knew how much this heart of mine is beating for you. I said, now and how will you ever know? My love will grow stronger and stronger for you. So I said, now girl, I can't help to say that I love you from the bottom of my heart, yes. But there is no other girl that can challenge you, no way. I wanna place you among the rest. Oh, my heart, you are the very best. You bring the light in my eyes and the sun in my skies. And whoa, girl, if you only knew how much this heart of mine is beating for you. I said, how will you ever know? My love will grow stronger and stronger for you. So I said, now girl, if you only knew how much this heart of mine is beating for you. And I said, now how will you ever know? My love will grow stronger and stronger for you. So I said, now girl, these feelings that I have for you can't compare to the things that you do for me. Baby, you're the only one that I can love and I will always think of. Things are going according to plan. Come on, baby, you're my 110% man. The light in my eyes, can't you see? And I'm the one for you, and you're the one for me, girl. If you only knew how much this heart of mine's beating for you. I said, now how will you ever know? Our love will grow stronger and stronger for you. So I said, now girl, if you only knew how much this heart of mine is beating for you. I said, now how will you ever know? Our love will grow stronger and stronger for you. It's 594. I want to tell the world about you. I want to tell the world just what you can do. Cause you turn my gray skies back to blue. No other woman, man cannot do what you do. Cause every night upon my knees I pray I be holding you in my hands someday. Want you for my lover and I want you for my friend. And that's the type of loving that I know will never end. Because now baby, this one be true. Can this heart of mine belong to you? You are the one that's in my heart, you are the one that's on my mind. And I will be your lover if you be my sweetie pie. I say now girl, if you only knew how much this heart of mine's beating for you. I said now how will you ever know? My love will grow stronger and stronger for you. So I said now girl, if you only knew how much this heart of mine's beating for you. I said now how will you ever know? My love will grow stronger and stronger for you. So I said
Ja, uli die sombran zelten meg, et zu te saluda, antes Dio niga, razzaus en malak estrezas, durante in todo in me mu, a nogi distancia, como gupugi palu, zaniman malak guafi, ikonum nasugi airi, preba tu la noci, nai banderata Kaigi, pues atensan y bandera, kau esta pagua pumalala, giluk tanu man libri, sentami ti man ko badi. Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matuno nyagi toru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria a viva isla sen Paraiona, Parai gloria, viva isla sen Toru i tempo i paz, paraíso, sangue nila, nina ben
feeling made you oh so glad. Have you ever had that feeling? The memory of our land. So here we go now, here we go. Hearing monkey music, here we go now, feel the flow. Ginini mastakilo, hina soku. Ginini mastakalo, corazon. Then imas figu, nani nasinyahu, fresh in my sadu. Parabaputehi, then defendi. Hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Airi, hano. Zanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Zanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Eat and shaku, la 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 la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 It's the who, what been my ihilo, Zani Biblia, Ibandera, Ibandera, Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera, Mohan, yeah.
Samoru! Viva!
Viva Discovery Day! Or as it's now known,
Chamorro Culture and Heritage Day.
Chamorro Heritage and Guam History
Hold on,
Day.
Jay. Was that cheering? Because I don't think we can cheer.
Oh, yeah.
No, you know what? We're going to cheer for Chamorro Culture and Heritage. And if you're going to give us a ticket, Maila, give us a ticket, pues. Viva Chamorro!
Okay, yeah, give us a ticket, but you're,
Jay's
you're
like,
covering that then, I'm assuming.
You give him a ticket. 626. It's the first of the month. I just got to say, first of all, it's a Government of Guam holiday, and I saw a lot of people lined up at Rev and Tax. Just heads up, guys, it's a holiday. They're not open.
It is a Gov Guam holiday, correct?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's the usual, there's like probably 100 cars out there at Rev and Tax. But if you look at the building, there's no signs of life in the building. So
And you would assume, and I mean, I've seen this before, that Rev and Tax in Barragata Heights, their parking lot is, they've got like the chains up so nobody can get. But if the line is really long,
Right.
of course the people in the back don't know that.
yeah. So guess what? I'm just letting you know. I tried calling the director, but I mean, it's a holiday. And then I thought, wow, I'm calling the director at like 5:30 in the morning.
Okay, you know what's also interesting? Because today is Chamorro Heritage and Guam History Day. This is actually the last time last year that I actually shot a segment out in the field.
Right.
It was last year down in Umatic, a beautiful day down in Umatic Bay when they reenacted Magellan's Landing. We got a video of that we're going to play like a little bit. It's really going to inspire you guys. We know you guys love Sina. An extra special performance. When we put this on Facebook last year, it got a ton of shares. Like
Right.
600 some shares.
Right. Well, they're not really doing anything today. There's no reenactment down in Umatic. There is something going on, and we're going to get Mayor Johnny Kanata of Umatic on at 7 to talk about it. They're doing like a presentation of a plaque, and I believe there's a small luncheon. I don't think it's like a fiesta, obviously. But that's what I heard from Mayor Alec, the Mayor's Council president. So we'll go in with the Mayor's Council at 7 a.m. Also coming up on the show, Work Week Weather with Landon Idlet from the National Weather Service. We're getting Simon Sanchez from the CCU as a typhoon of disconnections may be looming. All right, as we're in PCOR 3, GPA saying that people aren't paying their bills. And so I want to talk with Simon. I think it's interesting that we're talking about submitting. I think they were saying that they're going to submit a disconnection plan. But at the same time, we're also seeing a lot of this federal aid that's coming down is going to be for utilities payments, I believe. I keep hearing about that. So we'll kind of talk about how they balance that. The federal government sees a need for assistance with the utilities, and the utilities see a need to disconnect people who aren't paying. So it's kind of like,
Yeah, and there's Rosemary Laguana saying hopefully they are listening to the link, meaning the people that are lining up at Rev and Tax. There really wasn't a lot that came out from Gov Guam about saying it's typically what used to be known as Discovery Day now.
Right,
Chamorro. I just realized it like over the weekend. I was like, oh yeah.
I know.
And if you're wondering,
I thought you were going to get us out of it.
Yeah.
I was like, man, Bree, don't worry. Jason got this. He's in. He's gonna start with the, but what
Some of
happened?
our coworkers were like, "Hey, do we have Monday off?" I'm like, "For what?" And then it hit me like on Saturday. I was like, "Oh."
Right.
And if you're
And that,
wondering,
you know what? Let that be a metaphor for our Chamorro culture and heritage. For what?
But if you're wondering, if you've been away from Guam for some years, Discovery Day is always a really big event here. And if you're wondering now, what used
Can
to be
you just
known as
stop saying
Discovery
the
Day,
D word, though, dude?
Huh?
Stop saying the D word.
What
You
used
can't
to be
say
known,
Discovery. Do not say it.
Yeah, what used to be known as Discovery Day is now known as Chamorro Heritage
And Culture and History
and
Day.
Chamorro Heritage and Culture and Guam History Day.
It's just Chamorro Day. It's
Yeah.
fine with us.
Former Senator Tommy Morrison had that changed and very
Of course, the good
very
senator,
appropriately
the
so.
good former senator hailing from the village of Umatic.
Yep. And
Wonder how he's doing.
a heck of an athlete.
A heck of a baseball pitcher, I say.
And a quarterback.
That's right.
Yeah, Tommy's an amazing.
What's up, Senator Morrison? Good. I mean, nice guy. He's always real accessible. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Good morning, Tommy.
6:31. Yeah, so Simon Sanchez, then we're getting Catherine Castro. I actually bumped into her at the gas station. And I was like, hey, this is PCOR 3. The businesses are flourishing. How we doing? Hey. And anyway, I was like, hey, can you come on tomorrow? She's like, yeah, sure. So she's coming on. But actually what she said, she's like, I don't bring that fire that you want, Chris. And I was like, no, we're not. There's no fire. It's PCOR 3. Businesses are happy. They're flooded. It's crazy out here. It's like PCOR 30 out here.
Okay, for those of you guys who don't know, because this is completely after we go off the air at 6 p.m., Chris Barnett really, really works his network of, I mean, he's in WhatsApp all day. He's sending emails. You know, he bumps into people, like you said, all the time. You know, you said you bumped into Dr. Felix
yeah.
Rivera's mom at
That's
what,
right, I did
Payless.
at
You know,
Payless,
and he's
yeah.
always striking up conversations with people, and then, you know, basically saying, hey, you got a story to tell, you've got feelings about something, come on the show.
Maila, Zatafan, link up. So we're also getting public health. Man, I didn't even know, and I saw it in I was in the paper, one of the papers last week, that they issued a bunch of citations for some bars that were actually open before the bars were supposed to be open.
Oy.
And there was also that thing with American Bakery, baked in cockroach goodness. Sorry. So Janella, who's the public health PIO, is coming on with Malou Scroggs, the environmental health administrator. We'll kind of talk about those inspections, and then maybe we'll get a little bit on this Johnson & Johnson vaccine, as Johnson & Johnson has been given the emergency use authority approval by the FDA. And this is the one-time shot, one hit at, all right, for the vaccine. It's Johnson & Johnson, and I believe it's 85% effective.
Yeah.
And so there was a release that came out from the governor's office. That was yesterday, right?
Yes.
From Crystal Paco San Augustine, the comms director. And she was basically saying that Guam we're kicking ass in the vaccination. Like, we really are. Like, and, you know, it's something to be proud of.
I believe, are we still fourth in the country as far
yeah,
as, like,
yeah.
percentage of population?
But I got family in the States, like, they haven't even opened the vaccine shipment.
Well, remember our friend Chris Felix, the realtor who came on the Nestor interviewed him last week. He was saying that you know, he had been in California for a few months, and he goes, "Man, I'm so happy to be home and on Guam soil," because he goes, "Man, it's scary in the States."
Right. And so yeah, we're really doing great with the vaccinations, and I think it's probably like a few different things. I mean, first of all, it's our people want to get vaccinated, right? They're just this pandemic, staying home, doing all that stuff. People are like, "Oh, what do I got to do? Give me a shot. Okay, I'll take 2 shots." So our people want to get vaccinated, and being that we're a smaller like landmass, I feel like it's also in some ways easier logistically for us to get out and vaccinate people. And then, of course, we need to give credit where credit is due to the Department of Public Health and Social Services, who really rolled out this vaccination effort in coordination with the governor's office, of course. And so, yeah, I mean, I know you guys are like, Chris is always complaining all the time. Well, I'm not going to complain about the vaccination effort. Yeah, there were some bumps in the road, but when you look at the states, like, they're not even getting the vaccine. And fortunately, given those few bumps in the road, we were still able to vaccinate our most vulnerable groups, which are the Monomco. I mean, there's still a lot to be desired. There's a lot because we vaccinated the Monomco, and then it went to, I believe, 55 and up. But there's still, like, grocery store workers. There's still so many essential worker groups that haven't been vaccinated. And so when we talk with Dr. Cabrera in public health, that's kind of like their next thing, is they're figuring out how are we going to do this, because they say, oh, well, for the grocery store workers, like, some of them are over 55, so they might have got vaccinated in any of the other eligibility categories that we've opened up. But I think they should just go out to these locations, like go to the grocery store and be like, hey, we're here to do the vaccine. Like, a kind of like what they did with that rapid engagement team, but with vaccines.
And about a third of our island's population of 160,000 has now received at least the first shot. And even that number is kind of interesting, because I don't believe they're counting our friends in the military and military dependents, right?
Right,
This is just like civilians, like local civilians, right?
Right. And so that was the news that came out over the weekend with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The other big news that came out over the weekend was this huge economic stimulus and relief package as passed in Congress, right? And so this is going to be, I mean, it's going to be huge. Really, guys?
1.9 trillion.
Right. And then of that 1.9 trillion, I believe like 660 some million is slated for Guam. And so it's going to come to our island, and they'll be able to use the money for a variety of things, like replacing lost revenue, which Lord knows with zero tourism, we've definitely had some lost revenue. There's also a bunch of aid in there there's a stimulus, there's, rent relief, there's just all kinds of relief packages. And so, I just want to say that if you talk to people with this $600 some million, There's a lot of people who believe that the economic doom and gloom that was forecast for this year may not even happen because we're getting all this like it's called a stimulus because it's supposed to stimulate our economy. We're getting, I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars from the federal government. So there's a chance that we could actually be doing okay.
We
which
also
is
reported a story
crazy.
from the environmental front over the weekend, and I thought about you immediately. 10 beaches and bays were deemed not safe or places that you kind of want to steer clear of, at least for this weekend, because our friends at the Guam EPA were sampling the water. Did you see that list?
No, but I'm wondering, why did you think of me right away?
Well, because you're an outdoorsman and
Oh.
you go to the beach.
Okay, I got you.
Okay. Basically, I think of pollution. I think of Chris Barnett. Right?
That's what I
No.
thought.
Okay, so check this out. So, and for the edification of those of you listening, as of this past weekend, right, in Agate, Bungi Beach, Nimitz Beach, and the Togcha Beach Cemetery. Why did they put Togcha Beach in Agate? Isn't that Jonia?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So basically, everybody knows Togcha Cemetery. The water there was deemed above. Okay, too polluted to fish or swim in. In Asin, the Adelup Beach Park, ouch. Adelup Point Beach and the Asin Bay Beach. Down in the capital, West Taganya Bay. Now it says here West Taganya Bay West Storm Drain.
Yeah, that's like around a Lupang.
Yeah. Now,
That's around like the Jimmy D's area, guys. I know it's a popular area.
oh, is that what is? I've never heard it called that. The West Storm Drain.
It's the West Side.
Yeah, like Sleepy Lagoon, basically. Right?
Yeah, Jay, if you basically walk down, like there's that one park that's right next to a Lupang. If you park there and you go around, there's a staircase that goes down. There's like a
Yeah.
drain that's like right there.
But how, like, like when you say like a Jimmy D's, how you can see
So
it.
then you could walk from there over on the beach, and then you cross that little river, and then you're at Jimmy D's.
Yeah, and even when it's low tide, I mean the sandbars that come out of there, I mean it really opens
Yeah.
up. Is that what they called like the West Storm Drain? I've never heard it called that before.
I guess I didn't know it was called that either. I'm just putting two and two together.
Oh, okay, and then in PD at PD Bay was deemed a little bit of a concern, so you should not fish or swim in these waters.
Oh,
Telefo-
oops! Went snorkeling Saturday. Oh,
Talafofo Bay, Chris. Talafofo Bay.
yeah, man. Telefofo Bay was packed yesterday.
Oh, really?
Oh, dude, crazy packed. I mean, it was
Surfers?
like, it wasn't just packed, Jay. It was Janam packed.
Okay,
Since
was
it's
it surfers?
Master Moore, we're gonna say it was Janam
That's a
packed.
hotspot for surfers, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of surfers.
Yeah. And then lastly in Umatic, where we will be taking you very shortly, Tugan Bay. So yeah, so those water, there were 10 in all, beaches and bays that the Guam EPA just said had a little bit too much of the nasty stuff for you to fish or swim in. So, at least for this week and everything, if your plans were to go out, please do not go to those bays because we don't want you to get sick.
And also on the show, we're getting Dr. Charlene Santos Bomba and Dr. David Ruskin as we get ready to celebrate.
Charter Day is coming up. This will be the 53rd Charter Day for the University of Guam. And starting tonight, actually, and on our YouTube channel, on our Facebook page, and on Primetime, we have a special 8-part series that debuts tonight. And we interviewed a bunch of the deans of the various colleges at university, talking about their programs, their academic growth, and everything like that. And just showing that even when we're in a time of pandemic, how UOG continues to shine and give hungry young minds the opportunity to really augment themselves with knowledge.
You got
and
to do
community service.
you did some great interviews for this, right?
It was a lot of fun. I mean, I really didn't, when I was talking to each of the deans and basically I tried to, I took a page out of your book because I said like, at the end of the interview, I was like, okay, I got a curveball for you. And, these outstanding, academians, right? And I was like, okay, tell me something about your college that not everybody would know. And some of them, got kind of like flustered. And I said, because I remember that, do you ever remember this? There's a rumor and there's a myth at UOG that the science building was always haunted. And that's why nobody studies there like late at night. That they said there's like a Tatamona or like a friendly one. But
that makes sense.
And I also believe that they said in years past, the UOG ROTC cadets would do their rappelling exercises down the side of the science building because it's so tall.
Right.
I mean, that's like what? That's like a 50 feet high tall building.
Yeah, 50 feet, not 50 stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So Jay, that's what they call a pesadero, which is like so you have the ocean, a marine lab, and there's some people who believe that would be the path that like the ancient people would walk to go fishing or go to the beach or whatever. And so there's a certain time of day where those who believe in the Taltamona believe that that's when you get the traffic from the Taltamonas. Yeah. Because I used to stay in an area like that in Iran, and there's always something my kids would see Taltomonas, and so I was asking around. They're like, "Yeah, boy, that's the Pasadero. They're on their way to go do their fishing, or to go swim or whatever." So
You know, when
that's
you
what
were
it
in
is.
your workout mode, did you ever work out like around UOG, like do like laps around the
No,
campus?
never did. Nope.
Because I was gonna say, if you really want to challenge, try. I mean, if
Marine
you
Lab
can-
Hill.
If you can run up the hill to the Marine Lab, I mean, good on you, because that is a challenge. That is a steep hill.
Yeah, we used to skateboard down it, but
Whoa.
which sucks because you got to walk up.
Yeah. But that's a very, very steep incline. It's almost like, we talked about like Tokcha Cemetery. What's the one when you're
Elig,
no when you're heading into right before you get to Jonya Village, the other
Turtle Cove,
no the
the
beach.
Gotchang.
Tagachang, yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. That is I always was afraid to go down to Tagachang Beach I was like, man, what if your car dies there like at night? No lights heading down there. It's a beautiful beach. I
They
mean,
got
like,
lights
those
there
pavilions.
now, though, Jay.
Oh, they got lights now?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, as a kid, I was always afraid of that place.
Good spot to watch the sunrise. Hey, it's 6:41, and we're also getting Malia Ramirez, who is the GovGuam historian, and Rome de la Cruz here. Malia's going to talk a little bit about the Spanish ship that had sailed into town. Sailed into town. Sorry, I was just thrown off. So there's a lot of talk about this ship, and a lot of I saw a lot of chatter on the social media about why are we even welcoming the Spanish back, especially during this time of year where usually traditionally on this day we would do the reenactment of the Spanish burning the huts and raping the women. You know what I mean? So I think people's mind was kind of like, why are we doing this? And so we'll talk about that with Malia and what the thought was behind it. And then I know that she had some interesting perspectives on some essays that she had written for, I think, Guampedia. So,
But part of why we do that reenactment, even though it is, it can be a very violent story. It's a very
Right.
painful memory for we go back into our culture as Chamorros, right? But they also say that part of telling that story is how warm and how welcoming the ancient Chamorros were to the Spaniards when they arrived
to a
here.
fault, right?
Yeah, and they said come here, what's ours is yours. Make this place your home.
6:43.
You want to show that video? The one since it is
No,
discussed?
let's do the news.
Okay,
We'll do
news.
that. Yeah. So we're getting work week weather coming up, but first, Sabrina Salas Mantanani's on a modified she's on a modified bell schedule. She's coming in at 8 on this first of the month. It's Monday, March 1st, and with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Jason Salas.
All right, Hafade and Hafade, everybody. Our island community was reminded that the pandemic is most certainly not over as we collectively mourn the 131st life lost to the victim on Saturday. A 36-year-old woman died at just after 3 a.m. at GMH. She had underlying health conditions and was admitted as a known positive case on January the 7th. Another single case of COVID-19 was then reported on Saturday out of 111 tests. There were also 4 people hospitalized with the virus and 1 person under ICU level of care and 1 person on ventilator support. More than 7,700 cases have been confirmed in the last year. 41 of them are currently active. More than 7,500 people have recovered from it. Over 52,000 Guamanians, as I was saying earlier, have now received the vaccine. A little more than a third of those have gotten both the first and second doses. Speaking of vaccine, as Chris was mentioning earlier, following the FDA's issue of emergency use authorization for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, that is the one that you need only a single dose of, Adelup said the medicine could greatly affect Guam and achieve our ultimate goal of herd immunity. We got a story on KUM.com, so make sure to please read that and then pass it on to your friends. The nation is closer to a third round of COVID relief aid with the House of Representatives' passage of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The package provides each taxpayer $1,400, $1,400, and an increased tax break of $3,000 to $3,600 for each child depending on their age. Josh Tenorio, the Lieutenant Governor of Guam, said the administration remains optimistic that the Senate will approve the additional aid worth, as we said, $1.9 trillion. And we did report that, as anticipated, the governor has extended the public health emergency order for another month, ending on April 1st. Guam remains for the time being in PCOR 3, with most businesses operating, requiring they follow public health guidelines, including limitations on occupancy and requiring their patrons to mask up. Well, some sad news this morning as an auto pedestrian crash over the weekend left a man dead, with GPD's Highway Patrol Division investigating an incident that took place before 10:30 p.m. by the Dedido 76 Circle K gas station. A Toyota T100 truck was heading eastbound on Marine Corps Drive when it struck a pedestrian. That man was rushed to GRMC, where he later succumbed to his injuries. And finally, another round of EIP2 checks have been processed, with tax refunds being placed in the mail. Specifically for stimulus checks, more than 470 were processed, totaling almost $549,000. The last day for Reventax to make the EIP2 payments is March the 19th. You can check the status of your tax return right now at myguamtax.com. As for tax refunds, more than 680 were processed, totaling over $2.6 million. These are for error-free refunds filed on or before the last day of 2020. Once again, $2.6 million in tax refunds have been processed if you filed your taxes on or before December 31st of 2020. You should expect a tax return. So that is what's making news. Remember, we have everything on KUAM.com and all of our social media platforms at KUM News. Please stay tuned with us, because coming up on The Link, our friend Landon Idlet with your work week weather forecast. This is The Link. We'll be back right after this.
Hey, you. What if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
FM.
Imani and Mixed Plate. Hoggle you. 652. Just heads up, everybody at Rev and Tax, they're closed today. I wish we had a periscope we could look over there. Because on my way in, there was a lot of people lining up.
A drone.
Right?
Imagine that.
Right. Let's put that in the budget, guys.
Okay, so we got a drone and we got a stapler.
And a periscope.
Yeah.
What else? Some wipes.
Yeah, well, some whiteout would be really cool. An extra iPad.
You mean snow peg?
Yeah, you know actually who's got a ton of really cool gear to do that kind of thing?
Let me see. Who does have a ton of cool gear to do that kind of thing, Jay?
Yeah, who's also got a budget that Uncle Sam backs that is
Man.
really, really nice to do that kind of awesome observation and analysis.
I know who doesn't have that. Us. What Landon Islet with the National Weather Service does. So good morning, Landon. And he comes on every Monday for work week weather. You know, I had former Senator Tom Atta, he messages me once in a while. And that weather report where we're talking about snowing in Texas, I think it was a couple weeks ago. Or was it last Monday? Anyway, he was asking me, hey, where do we get that? And so we put them up on YouTube, all the interviews from the link. We put them up on the YouTube. And then we get Landon here every Monday. And then if things are brewing weather-wise for the weekend, then he's always ready to jump on a Friday.
I wonder if Tom was ever stationed in Texas, because he's an infantryman,
Right.
a long-time soldier. He's a captain.
What's the big Army base there in Texas?
That's Fort Hood.
Fort Hood, right?
Yeah, in Killeen.
Fort Hood.
Right on. 654, and that being said, let's welcome from the NWS, Landon Islet.
Yeah, Landon, do you guys have a drone? You guys have those cool weather balloons and all this cool tech and everything, but do you guys have a NWS drone?
We do have the weather balloon, but no drones here. And of course, we have problems flying the drone up in our property because we're right here at the airport.
They're kind of at the
property,
airport,
so there would
Jay.
be some limitations.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but yeah, I was definitely seeing the traffic over at Rev and Tax this morning on my way in. I noticed the line of cars was shorter than it usually is on most mornings at 4 to 4:30.
Right.
So I didn't understand why until I came in here. You all talking. So yeah, some people got the word, but otherwise, a lot of people are still sitting outside.
I guarantee you.
But enough of that for now.
There's that one guy who's there, like, no, babe, trust me, we're gonna be the first ones. We're gonna be the first ones.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they were the first ones, but not much to see out there. There are a few showers out there this morning, so the prevailing message for the coming week, next couple weeks, is it's going to be very dry. But like we're seeing right now outside the window, there are a few showers out there, and the satellite is picking that up. Our radar is currently down. Let me shut my blinds right quick. The radar remains down. It's got some mechanical problems, but we do have a radar team coming in from Oklahoma that will be installing new parts and working on the radar to hopefully get it up and running before much longer. But it is a dry season, so we're not missing much. But this is the infrared satellite from our Himawari geostationary satellite high up in orbit over the region. These little clouds, those are just enough at the low level to put off some showers, and they're moving right on by. So you're not going to get much of a soaking rain. They're going to get things wet and then move right on out. So this is about as good as it gets as far as the rainfall in our region's concerns. Zooming out, there's not much to speak of across the whole region. Typical trends the last several weeks or the month, we've had showers and thunderstorms down across Yap and Palau down here, all well to our south and going toward Mindanao in southern Philippines. But we are pretty clear of weather across much of the region. Just some spotty showers and thunderstorms near Waliai, Satawal, and the outer islands of Chuuk and Yap states, and then on down towards Lucanor, Nukuaro, and some near Kapinga, Maringi, where they need that rainfall ever so much. Looking to our north, not much out there, but we do have that cold front sitting well to our northwest. And I'm going to talk about the effects that we're going to see from that. That's already pushing well to our northeast, and no effect to us except for the winds that are behind us. And I'll show you that shortly. So let's go ahead and switch to the slides, Jason, and we'll talk about local weather. And again, the themes that we're going to be looking at, it's dry. We have that fire threat with wildfires. Any fires that are started could spread rapidly. We have developing drought conditions across the region, but otherwise no advisories currently in effect other than that fire weather watch for Guam through this evening. And that likely will be upgraded to a red flag warning, which means any fires that do get started would be very difficult to stop because the winds will be picking up as we go into the daytime today. So the next slide, Jason, current conditions. We are seeing a little bit more winds this morning. I walked outside at 4 o'clock this morning, noticed it was a little bit warmer, and that was because we have those stronger winds at the surface. That's keeping things a little bit more temperate, a little bit more warmer temperatures at the surface. With the winds drop down to nothing, it cools off much rapidly at the surface. So the winds are up a little bit, about 12, 15 miles per hour, mostly clear skies. Other than that, few showers across the islands. Current temperature 80 degrees. No records have been set, but it feels quite toasty in the afternoon with that sun beating down. Rainfall, we are definitely increasing our deficit for the year so far. Currently standing at 5.12 inches for the year. Normally we're approaching 9.5 inches by this time. And the big thing is on the next slide, the fire danger is very high, and that continues to increase across the island as the vegetation dries. The moisture remains limited. So if you go out outside, you see the grasses are starting to turn a little bit yellow, a little more brown. Things are getting a little more brittle, especially the swordgrass. Any fires that develop, especially in the central southern mountains, they can be picked up, those embers picked up in the winds and blown right up into the mountains. And they're very hard to snuff those fires, especially with all the dry vegetation. So the red flag warning, that is likely later this morning. The guys in the operations will be assessing that in the next hour or so. The next slide, this is the United States Drought Monitor map showing that drought across the region. And actually, I missed the point. Rhoda over here is now in D1 moderate drought, whereas Guam and Saipan remains in abnormally dry conditions. Elsewhere, severe droughts developing across the the northern Marshall Islands, and the extreme drought remains in place at Kapinga Maringa. They did have a nice bout of rain last week, so that was good for them. But overall, dry conditions remain across this region, and that's going to be the theme for at least the next week or two. The next slide shows the polar orbiting scatterometer showing the winds at the surface. You see these greens right around Guam and to our south. Those are those stronger winds that'll make our fire threat a little bit higher. So there's a 15 to 20 knot winds. Yellows are 20 to 25 knot winds. So we're going to see some gusty conditions, especially in the southern central mountains today. So again, any fires that are started, and all fires here are man-made, they are not natural, they're man-made, could spread rapidly. So that's the thing that people need to remember, especially if you're driving, you're smoking cigarettes, make sure they are extinguished completely before whatever you do with the cigarettes. Hopefully throw them away in a safe container. The next slide shows the winds due north of us between 20 and 40 north latitude. Those reds, those will be generating those seas that will be moving in later today. And I think I'm losing my earpiece, so if I lose sounds, bear with me. Those winds up there with that cold front system, that's going to stay to our north, but they're generating the large swell that's eventually going to make its way down toward the Mariana Islands this evening and overnight. So there is a possibility of surf becoming hazardous at around 9 feet along north-facing reefs. And the next slide shows the wave watch model and the current buoys. The purple line, again, that's the wave forecast, showing about 6 feet at this hour, increasing through the day. We're not seeing that increase yet at the buoy, the green, but we'll be watching the Saipan buoy and the Retidian buoy today, and we'll be able to track those swells as they come in across Saipan and then onward to the south toward Guam. North swell will be building, and those waves along north-facing reefs, they will be building as well. And the next slide shows those vulnerable exposures. That's Scout Beach, Charlie Beach, Retidian Beach, all up around the north point of Guam, Tangisan Beach, and then parts of Tumon Bay, Agana Bay, on down towards Aston, PD, and the Glass Breakwater. Those will be the vulnerable areas as the seas and surf increase through this afternoon and evening. It's not going to be gradual, it's going to be pretty quick as the seas and surf build. For the week ahead, mostly sunny, slight chance of light showers, east winds 15 to 20 miles per hour, combined seas of 6 to 8 feet this morning, building to around 9 feet this evening. Over the water, the winds will be at 15 to 20 knots with surf along north and east facing reefs of 6 to 8 feet. That could build to 9 feet and hazardous along north facing reefs. Midweek, not bad, partly cloudy, becoming mostly cloudy by the end of the week. Slight chance of showers, so it's going to be dry again with moderate winds of 10 to 20 miles per hour from the east. And for the weekend, also not bad as we move along. So again, join the Weather Ready Nation. If your organization is not a part of us, send me an email at marcus.eilert@noaa.gov and join the Weather Ready Nation as we build our outreach program across the region, and also want to stay in touch with you and also give you access to our facility with direct points of contacts and open our office to you for tours for your businesses and other outreach endeavors.
Trust me,
that's what
folks,
we're here for.
it is worth the tour. Chris and I have been there like on a couple of occasions to do live streams and everything like that. It is an amazing experience.
It's always a
Landon,
blast.
when
we like having you here.
When people join the Weather Ready Nation, do they get any like cool freebies like stickers or?
Well, we don't have stickers, but we do have some freebies that we like to pass out. Otherwise, we have a lot of information brochures about the various hazards and safety campaigns, how to stay safe in certain conditions. And that's where we drive our outreach to really protect life and property.
Right.
And I think I just lost my ear. Do you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. I just remember I don't know how back in the day that was, but the little like crank powered
I think
radio thing.
my audio
Remember that,
might
Jay?
not be working right now. But you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you, Landon.
Okay, good.
Right
I
on.
just lost my earpiece.
I was just
But,
asking about those
yeah, I was
cranky radios. Remember those? The one you
yeah,
wind
these
up.
things are a wonder. I love these things, but when the battery dies, it's not so good. I thought they were charging this morning, but oh well, I need to check my cable.
Right on.
But yeah, I was telling Jason last week, you all had when y'all were starting the show, y'all had hockey in the background, and that reminded me one of my previous jobs was working at the hockey arena. So I sent Jason some photos of my pre-National Weather
nice.
Service life. Yeah, so
I got that up right now. Go Wolfpack.
Yeah, we worked for the NC State basketball team at the arena there in Raleigh, North Carolina. That used to be the RBC Center. Now they've changed their names to, I'm not sure what they're branded by now, but we worked for the Carolina Hurricanes hockey team. Go figure, it was a hurricane was the mascot. And we also worked events with the NC State basketball team at the arena. So that was our job before coming to Guam, before we got our
Landon, real
break
quick,
in
I gotta
weather.
say, it took a really long time because my mom's side of the family were from Connecticut, and I lived there when I was a real little baby and everything. And the only professional sports team we ever had in the great state of Connecticut was the Hartford Whalers, and you guys stole them from us.
Right.
In 40 years, we never won the Stanley Cup. They went down to Carolina, became the Hurricanes, and 6 years after they went down there, you guys finally won Lord Stanley's Cup. It took me a really long time to forgive Carolina for that.
Yeah, that was my first season working for the Hurricanes, and we went all the way to the Stanley Cup, and we won it that year in 2005 and 6. So I've got the championship ring and everything, and I ended up working there for 3 years. So that was a lot of excitement. And as I tell people when we speak to students at career day events at different schools across the island, it's a tough road. Meteorology is a hard field to get a job into, especially if you have no experience. And so after college, my brother and I, we were in debt for college payments and loans, and we had no job except for what we could find in the service industry, but we powered through it, and we worked a number of jobs at certain times. At one point I had 7 part-time jobs under my belt.
Wow.
Going from one to another, just networking and building stuff. On the picture on the left, that's at a restaurant, like a upscale restaurant in Raleigh, North Carolina. We waited tables there, and then we also worked at the NBC affiliate in Raleigh as an intern. That was NBC 17.
Nice.
We worked there, and then we got our break in weather. My brother went to Kwajalein first in the middle photo, and I never had plans to go to Kwajalein, but 6 months later, when they had a job opening, it kind of fell in my lap, and I was like, why not? I have a degree that's going to waste. Might as well take a chance. If I don't like it, I'll do my 2-year contract and go back to the States. And 13 years later, we're still in the Pacific.
Something that fell in our lap is this rainbow here in Harmon. Where Joe Sir's out there with the rainbow cam.
Yeah, we're showing you and the rainbow right now. Gorgeous rainbow.
Yeah, there's that shower I was talking about.
Yeah. Well,
So,
Landon, that is the thing about rainbows, because if we can see a really awesome rainbow here in Harmon, can you necessarily see the same thing where you are in Teason?
It's all about the sun angle. So you have to have the sun at your back.
Yeah.
And the rain or the shower shaft in front of you. So it's that optical illusion that the sun has to be behind you and the rain in front of you. So I can probably see it from my window, but it's going to be a little bit different from your view versus my view.
Right on. Well, Landon, thank you. It was a great talk as usual. And enjoy your Chamorro Culture and Heritage History Day.
Absolutely.
We'll see you, my friend.
See y'all next week.
There you go. Landon Ilett from the National Weather Service. Is there Joe Sir outside with that rainbow cam? It's starting to get covered up by that shower. That was nice. That
was a good rainbow, Joe Sir.
It's 7:08. Guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we're back with more of The Link right here. And it's all proudly brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier, and also East West Rental. Yes, thank you guys for jumping on board East West Rental. Okay, I really appreciate that. What do we got here? I'll give you more info on that coming up, but you can get the right stuff at East West Rental. Good morning. Again, this is The Link on The Breeze 93.9. We're KUAM FM. I got Niguama on the radio side. We're not on KUAM TV this morning. But we are on the audio stream on Docomo Channel 10. Again, it's 7:08. This is The Link. Good morning.
Make it through. Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital. We got your 6.
Ay sinati untungu tagi tiningo puthogu jatiwa chaka hau jangin undingu lohuli hau gi pani jahan lagu gi matamu jaha pata tu maski pabeu sangan lo tu hongi telu na ponna puti du na pagu ni gwahu gagagi magagi fionmu apu magi ga pagam sabu sangon ni histura tahaku tahu apu magi ga pagam.
Good morning. The late, great JD Crutch here on Chamorro Culture, Heritage, and History. What is the actual name?
Chamorro Heritage.
No, don't tell me if you're getting that faraway look in your eye.
Let me, I've got...
Because we're like the Discovery Day generation, and you definitely don't want to say the D word anymore.
I got it right.
What we were talking about before the break was this, the players on this track. Classic Apple Moggy, JD Crutch.
Yes, Guam History and Chamorro Heritage Day.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, and you were actually complimenting the bass line.
I like the bass, and it's nice.
And I was like, what was the band lineup for?
I don't know.
Because it was...
So this isn't technically Mariana's Homegrown, but...
Oh, this is JD's solo.
This is JD's
El
solo album, but they always use a lot of the same players. Like, I'm pretty sure it's Uncle Toad on the drums.
So Joe Cunningham on the drums.
Right, and then I don't know who.
Country Ray just played guitar.
Well, for Homegrown was basically like a compilation album. But like I said, they use a lot of the same musicians.
Chuck McJohn is a guitarist,
Right,
too.
Chuck McJohn's a rhythm guitarist, I believe. You know who? Maybe we can get Uncle Ken on this week to kind of talk about that. Because that's classic. That would be great.
He can speak with authority.
What if we did like a Mariana's Homegrown listening party? Ooh,
That
and
would
we
be
get
nice.
like, man,
Remember when the children of the original Mariana's Homegrown lineup, like it was
they did a couple tribute.
Yeah, it was
at Southern High.
It was Asherdy
Right.
and then, like all those. Man, that was amazing.
Joe McCarroll.
Yep.
See Joe McCarroll. Yep. Wonder if he's still up at the airport. Remember, he was like an airport policeman.
Oh, was he?
I think he still is. I mean, knock on wood. Hopefully, he didn't get caught up in that gambling thing up there. Sorry. I could just see Joe McCarroll, though, getting caught up in a gambling thing. No, but I remember one time I went to pick up somebody at the airport, and someone was like, "Hey, malfunction!" And I looked, and it was freaking Joe McCarroll in like an airport police uniform. I was like, "Oh, damn, you're airport cop?" He's like, "Yeah." Airport strong. I feel like I got to say something nice about the airport now.
But you know what? Because
Airport
it is
strong.
because it is Guam History and Chamorro Heritage Day.
Right.
We have something for you that's very, very special.
Yes, we do.
As I mentioned at the top of the show, the last time I personally went out and did a story out in the field was almost a year ago on last year's what used to be Discovery Day. Remember, it used to be called Discovery Day. Then former Senator Tommy Morrison had it changed properly.
Sorry, just if you're still waiting in line at Rev and Tax, they're closed. It's a holiday.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Because it is Guam History and Chamorro Heritage Day. And so we went down to Umatic Bay last year on an absolutely gorgeous day, and you're going to see this in this clip that we're going to play. So this is a performance of our beloved Sina, plus it's also kind of like they did a a mashup of the Hafaday song. And what's so special about this, Chris, is it's actually a unified combination of all of Guam's different cultural groups. And amazingly, they've never actually performed together. So we've covered, how many times, Josler, over the years have we covered, you know, somebody always plays Sina, you know, before like a ribbon cutting or if it's like a governor's event. You had 60 people performing the song all at the same time and doing those harmonies.
Wow.
And I mean, just the way the sound reverberated around Umatic Bay all the way up to Fort Soledad, and it just like the sound carried, and it was such an emotional moment.
You know what's cool is, man, so like the first event that got canceled that I was going to host was the Mango Festival in Agate. But I just was thinking, it just took me back, Jay, because it's been so long since I hosted any type of like show or performances or anything. But it's always cool to get all these different gumas, the dance groups, if you will, to do like their back-to-back performances. And I always think it was interesting in that a lot of them kind of perform the same songs. So you could watch like 3 gumas in a row, and you'll see like they'll each do the Galiti, what's that? The Galiti song, you know, where they get down, or they'll do the Half a Day, or the Sina. Usually they all do the Sina. So this was cool because they all kind of, like you said, did like this We Are the World of Chamorro dance groups.
Yeah, I mean, this was like the Chamorro super group of all time.
Right. And so this is before the pandemic, guys. So if you're watching and you see people without masks and all that stuff, don't freak. All right, this is pre-pandemic.
Yeah, this is a throwback, but this is an amazing moment, and we know you're gonna feel wonderful about it. So please enjoy this. This is from Guam History and Chamorro Heritage Day 2020, right before the pandemic set in, from beautiful Umatic Bay. And once again, thanks to our friend Joe Canate with the Humatic Heritage Foundation for always putting on such an amazing event.
Always. And then we're going to get Umatic Mayor Johnny and the Mayor's Council President Jesse Allegan here in a few to talk about what is happening down in Umatic. I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to be heading down to Umatic just because, you know what I mean?
They're assuming it's going to be the annual reenactment.
Yeah, but I don't believe there's like a, because usually they have like some kind of festival. That's definitely not happening. But we'll find out what is happening on the way. So again, this is performance of Sina and Half a Day from last year's Chamorro Culture, Heritage and History Day festivities in Umatic. Right here on the link.
Although the event took place hundreds of years ago at the mouth of the same river that poured out into the blue Pacific Ocean, there still lives a humble village people. While changed forever by that historical event, these people still remain, toiling under the warm sun. Peter Hamza. Stopping even for just a brief moment to exchange in neighborly conversation, living in harmony, and passing down traditions learned from their ancestors. Friends, before you are the proud descendants of Goahan. We have preserved over many obstacles, and we continue to respect and appreciate that which bonds our spirit with life, with faith, hope, and love. We are the people of Humata. We are Goahan. We are the Chamorros. Viva Humata! Viva! Viva Humata! Viva! Viva Toto Toto! Viva! Oasaina! Oasaina!
Gentlemen, please rise for our benediction. Please stand for our benediction. It's only right. This is our land. We're sharing it with you guys. Thank you.
Sulati, Igiba Rasura Sulati, Igiba Anitani Tatatanu, Uba Anitani Famalawa Tatatanu, and Uba Kinalapini Tatatanu, Tekamu Residus.
And from all of us at KUAM, Viva Miss Tomorrow!
Hey, right on. That was awesome. That was pre-pandemic, guys. Go ahead and play that again later, okay? That was just, whoo, boy. Good stuff as we kick off Chamorro Culture, Heritage, and History Day. Remember, it was kind of stolen from us last year because this pandemic hit in the middle of March. Right, Joe, sir? Right, Jason? It hit in the middle of March, and then everything was like shut down, lockdown, right?
Yeah, we were done. I remember distinctly. We were here in the studio, and then we already knew that the festivities and all the ceremonies were going to happen down in Pneumatic. We went down there, and that was on I believe it actually was on a Monday or a Tuesday last year, and so and then by just 5 short days later, we got the first 3 cases in one day.
Right, and then it's crazy to think it's almost been a year of this pandemic, and we're in PCOR 3. But we also, tragically, there was a very young woman who passed from the virus over the weekend, Jay. Yes. This was the 131st COVID-19 related fatality, 36-year-old female. And so, that was definitely, I feel like, kind of sobering, given that everywhere you go now, everything is pretty much wide open. So it's just a sign, hey, still got to wear your mask, do your part, social distance. Obviously, there are some people out there who are not doing those things, and we'll catch up with the Department of Public Health and find out who they are and what the penalty was. As we get Janela Carrera and Malou Scroggs, I believe it's going to be Malou. Janela said she was going to bring someone from Environmental Health on to talk about some of these inspections that have been happening. 726, we're in danger of being backed up as we got the mayors coming on, but I really wanted to get Labor Director Dave Della Sola on the show this morning. I know it's last second. Dave, I want to thank you so much for joining us, though.
Always a pleasure.
And we'll just kind of go over the news that came out on, I want to say it was it Friday, Jay?
Yes.
Yes.
Friday from the Congressman Mike Nicholas's office is. Right, so the announcement came from Congressman St. Nicholas's office, but it was actually news that was released in the latest guidance from, was it a labor guidance or a Treasury guidance, Dave?
It came to me from the Department of Labor. I got it like at 4 o'clock in the morning. We were just trying to review everything, make sure that we got a clear understanding, and I briefed the governor to make sure that, before I say anything, I need to make sure that everything was, as I understand it to be, so that when we report it, the people are informed. But it pretty much fell into place just like I called it. The second solution was a solution from the Secretary of Labor announcing a new additional criteria under KK, and that was what he did. And so, it paid off. We wrote the letter to him. I worked it very hard in the last couple of days with the people at USDOL from San Francisco all the way up to Washington, D.C. They understood the problem. They sympathized with us, and they told us what to say in the letter. And the governor put in her plea and her reasoning, and I worked it hard. And I think we all worked hard as the island. They heard, they follow our news, believe it or not. They have 2 people assigned in Dallas that does, that one of their duties is to pull up the news, listen to them, and know what's going on in Guam. And they collectively heard our voices. And I think that had a lot to do with us getting through to them. And I've never gotten through so many times with USDOL. They've responded to every plea, every reason, every question that I had, and I'm quite pleased with the arrangement and the partnership we have with them. And I just want to thank them, and I want to thank our region for listening to us and to answering our call. So yes, reduced hours is allowed. And not only did they do the reduced hours, but they also covered another little thorn in our back, is that if you read JJ, your business had to be closed for you to be laid off. And they covered that too, which was something that I was trying to work, before I had to do another announcement. But now your business can be open and you got laid off because of COVID, and you can still qualify. So that JJ was really restrictive, and it was really designed for a pandemic where everything was shutting down and people were getting laid off.
Right.
And these new criterias are really designed for recovery, from the pandemic. So I'm just so happy, and people can start, as I asked them to hold off before applying, they can start applying now, and they can start putting in their weeks of reduced hours. Please, you have to remember to take your weekly earnings and divide it up to each day and put them in properly. That is one of the biggest sticklers with the overpayments, is that people improperly put in their income.
Dave,
so, good news, and I'm glad to announce that, to our island and to our people that, hard work paid off and they listened to us.
Can we talk a little bit about the retro portion of it? Because, nobody filed because we said, hey, it's not going to be covered, so don't file. So people are going to be paid retroactively for reduced hours, Dave?
Yes. As you know, a majority of the people from before December 26th filed all the way up, and it was after that date when we started our new program. The old PUA expired on the 27th. So any of those people that had a claim before December 26th can go back as far to the beginning of when they were affected and file for reduced hours, but most of them already did. It was after December 27th and the new start of the Continued Assistance Act that was passed and started that they were forced not to apply. So after that, you can start applying. Now, those who filed new claims after December 27th know that you can only go back till the beginning of December. That's December 1st. That's as far back you can go retro. If you didn't put in a claim and you filed it under the PUA 2 program. So yes, you can go back and retro yourself. So majority of the people already had claims already put in, and they can go back and get themselves up to date and collect.
So if I'm a worker who is on reduced hours and I heard it on the link that, it's not covered, so I didn't file, I can now go today and go on the website and file back to December 1st.
If you're newly filed, if you've already had an existing claim, you can go back as far as you didn't file your reduced hours to. So it's up to you. Majority of the people filed all the way up to December 26th under the old PUA program, and then they were told to stop after that. So they would just go back for January 2nd, which is the first week of the PUA 2 program.
Yeah.
So basically, only those that have to be concerned are those who filed a new claim on the 27th of December or later. They are only able to go back till December 1st under the new extension of the PUA program. And everybody else can go back as far as they want.
Okay. And then the other change that you said under JJ, this had to do with businesses. There was a ruling that your business had to be closed because of COVID or something, right? So can you just clarify that other change to this latest round of the PUA?
Yeah, you brought up a good point that I wanted to clarify. So when you file your weekly claims and there's those boxes that you have to check off that for the reason why you are filing for PUA, JJ is your place of business is closed, and you were, so that's where you were laid off or furloughed. So that is only going to apply for people whose businesses are closed and they were laid off. Now, anybody who's on reduced hours or anybody who was laid off and the business is open, they would use the last box, which is other reason not listed here. That's the criteria box. That's the catch-all that the Secretary of Labor we're using. So we are working. It may take a week, 2 weeks or so to adjust that other to cover all those additional criteria. But in the meanwhile, you use other for the reduced hours, and if you're furloughed or laid off and your business is open.
We had a comment here, Dave, from Aaron, little snarky. How is Congressman St. Nicholas able to work with U.S. Department of Labor and you did not? In short, you did not work hard for the people of Guam, the U.S. DOL, towards this matter. Do you deserve to be our DOL director? Just saying. Could you kind of, Dave, I mean, I don't want you to get into a pissing match with this commenter, but I know that the governor and you and the congressman had all been in communication with U.S. Department of Labor.
I basically worked with USDOL and came up with the two solutions that was approved by USDOL. And that was, of course, to pass a statute change by the congressman. And the congressman said that no, he didn't want to do that. So the other solution was to write the Secretary of Labor and ask him to put in additional criteria under KK. And that's exactly what happened. The governor wrote to the Secretary of Labor. I forwarded all those letters. I worked with U.S. Department of Labor, and they were able to change it. It's exactly like I said would happen. So all she has to do is listen to your show or to any of my past statements, and she would know that to listen to what I said, and it happened exactly what I said. So I don't know what she means. She just misguided.
Yeah. Aaron. So the way it played out was that this was something that there were other jurisdictions, states that were having the same problem with Guam. And so we had this three-pronged approach where it was Mr. De La Sola, the governor, and the congressman all kind of working in concert, just really on the full blast trying to resolve this thing. But it was a guidance from USDOL that came out, like David said, at 4 a.m. And it kind of seems like politics is politics, right? The congressman is a politician. The governor is a politician. So everyone is trying to get the credit for the win on this. And the guidance came out at 4 a.m. And I think the only thing the congressman did better than you, Dave, was he got it out to the public first. And it gave the perception that he kind of solved it.
Yeah. I could have brought it out first, but I need to be careful. I need to make sure that the people are well informed. I need to make sure that they know exactly what it's talking about. And I need to be careful that I say what is truly true and correct and not give out anything that's not correct. So that's what I chose to do. And I'm not here to get first one out or second one out. It doesn't matter to me. All I cared about is that we did all work together to solve it. And it happened exactly one of the ways that it came about. And I'm so happy that USDOL listened to us and solved it. And we're moving forward. And we continue to, that's why they put in that criteria, is because the initial way the PUA was passed lacked that information, and that's why the Secretary of Labor had to put in a new criteria. And I'll keep saying that the way the initial PUA was written lacked the ability for us to work reduced hours, and the only way to fix it was either through statute or the Secretary of Labor. That's what he did.
I just want to read the congressman's statement because he was a little, he's always got to throw these little barbs, and he did throw one in his statement that came out here. And this is for immediate release, reduced hours PUA will be paid. This is Friday, 9 o'clock in the morning. And guidance issued February 25th. the U.S. Department of Labor has clarified that reduced hours workers shall be eligible for PUA and FPUC and eligible for accumulated retroactive payments therefrom. I just want to say that had Dave been wrong about this from the get-go, there wouldn't have been a new guidance issued. They would have just said, hey, read your existing guidance. So that kind of says something. But the quote from the congressman, the support of our congressional colleagues in the prioritization of the Biden administration to ensure policy implementation aligns with statute has prevailed today. Open Congressman to Nicholas. As we have previously repeatedly asserted, this was not a problem with the law as so alleged, but a problem in interpretation. And we are grateful to the Biden administration for providing clarity in the midst of confusion. We can now all rest easy that our reduced hours workers will continue to receive the support they need as they work however they can to contribute to the opening of our economy. So he's still on this you don't know how to read thing. But you know what? Who cares?
We all
It's
worked together, and I'm sure the Biden administration, gave some guidance to the Secretary of Labor acting, and everything that we did contributed one way or another. So I want to thank him for that. And coming from his perspective, of course, he's not going to feel that any laws were miswritten or mispassed. I mean, that's his bread and butter, and it's fixed, Chris. So
yeah. There was one other thing, Dave. I wanted to. Sorry. So we had a comment from Jerry, and I think I saw this in the guidance somewhere. Now that reduced hours is allowed, there was a big gap from filing a claim. Dave, has the time limit for requesting payment for unclaimed weeks, has that passed, or is everything still okay? Because I did see something about if you didn't file by a certain date, then
that's the December 27th when the new PUA program came out. That if you filed a new claim after the 27th, then you can only go back to the beginning of December. If that's what I think you're saying, that's the only restriction there is. If you had an old claim before then you can go back and forth all the way back to the beginning of when you were first affected in March or whenever it was, if you didn't file already, which I can't imagine anybody's like that.
Right on. Is there a time frame to be scheduled on those pending appeals? This is a comment from Marhart.
No, we've heard several hundred appeals, either formally or informally, and we just keep continuing to hit them out. I mean, that's my whole afternoon, basically, is hearing those, reconsiderations. And, we have an appeal officer that's doing it all afternoon and all mornings. So we continue to hear them, and we continue to get them out as much as we can, and and make those rulings. So we're doing the best we can with that.
Dave, just real quick on this, there's a grant you guys got, $1.7 million for 100 additional pandemic jobs. Can we get a little something on that?
Yeah, well, we're real happy that we got, it was close to 6 million total, and that's going to be used to help retrain and reskill our unemployed people because of COVID. So if you're unemployed because of COVID and you want to try to get into a new career or a new occupation, then stay tuned. We'll be working with our training partners like GCC Trades Academy, Guam Marianas Training Center, UOG, to offer classes or boot camps or whatever you want to call them, and get certified into a new, heavy equipment operation, medical code and billing, certified nursing assistants. These are positions that are always in demand, and they pay very high. And we're going to use those millions of dollars to train people and help them get, out of whatever occupation that they were in and into something new, better, and in demand. And it's a start. And as we recover and PCOR 3 is in, we loosen up and classroom training can start going on, we'll start working with them and getting them out. So just listen to the media, listen to your show, and we will announce what's going to be available when it comes available.
Sorry, Dave. Last comment from John in Arahan. So are we able to claim from December 27th to present? On the portal, it doesn't allow to claim further.
Say that again.
Are we able to claim from December 27th to present on the portal? It doesn't allow us to claim further.
Then there might be something wrong with your, and you might need to get staff to adjust it. But no, you should be able to go in there. If you haven't filed for 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks, it sometimes as a stopgap, it can stop you from filing because you haven't filed in a while. And staff just needs to flip the switch for you to allow you to go back that far and restart your claim. So that might be another possibility. But yes, you should be able to file if you're only several weeks behind. But if you're up like 6, 8 weeks behind, you might have to reach out to staff 311 and we'll flip the switch for your claim to basically reopen it and allow you to keep filing.
Are we getting people to answer at 311? Because I just heard a collective groan from everybody who's like, oh, not 311. Oh, God.
I know. It's tough. I mean, I have like 20 people answering phones, and when they answer a phone, it takes anywhere from 10 to 40 minutes per person because they're fixing the claims. They have to go in. They have to find out what the problem is. Then they have to fix it, and then and then they hang up, and then the phone rings right again. And it's just it's tough, because we need a month to train these people on how to go into a system like that and work with it. But I keep hearing people say, yeah, you can get through. It just takes effort and continuous time. And you can reach out to the libraries, and they can fix you there. And try to make an appointment if you need to have hands-on. We will be opening up for walk-ins shortly. We're just trying to get everything geared up so that it's safe. And if they don't get through real soon, then just keep trying, and you can go back to the beginning when you do. And hopefully we can even fix it right then and there for you.
Just real quick, Dave. Sorry. For those unemployed since March or April 2020 and they don't register until 2021, can they still claim for March and April till present?
No, if they're putting in a new claim after December 27th, which is the new Continuing Assistance Act, then they can only go back to December 1st. That was Congress's new law that, for the extension of the pool program. That they figured if you had from March all the way to December, which was the end of the program, to file. And if you didn't and you wait until the new program, then they're going to only take you to December 1st. That's not my decision. That was what was passed.
I kind of feel like they should have been on top of it last year. Okay, it is what it is.
Yeah, they should have. If they really needed the money, and it's all the way back since March, they've had plenty of opportunities.
All right, Dave. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Best
for allowing me to come on. It's always a pleasure.
Always. All right, Dave Della Sola, Labor Director. John Bucat, are there still satellites that we can walk in for this issue? Yes, I believe the libraries are what David mentioned. Guys, and so when you call 301, this is funny. Some of these comments here. Rosemarie Laguatnier writes, hopefully it won't take 40 minutes to flip a switch. John writes, no one ever answers. Jay Key writes, no one ever answers. Yeah, well, like David said, just to explain, I'm not defending them, but just to explain, when you call 311 and you get a live person, first of all, it's a miracle. But when you do get that live person and you're sitting there talking to them, everyone else on Guam is calling while you're talking to that person, and the phone is ringing and no one is answering. So that's why you got to just keep calling. Guys, this is even before the pandemic. GovGuam never answered the phone. I did a whole skit about it. This is nothing new. What do you think? Like, because we're in a pandemic, all of a sudden they're going to answer the phone? No. They didn't answer it before the pandemic. 7:48. Let's go back into the Zoom room where we're going to get Mayor Jesse Allig, and I believe he's also with Umatic Mayor Johnny Kanata. Yes, he is. Right on. Good morning, Mayors. Thank you for joining us on a Government of Guam holiday. We'll get you your holiday pay. Check is in the mail.
Good morning, Jason, Bree, and Chris.
Good morning, Mayor. Let's just
Thank you
start. Of course, always a pleasure. Thank you for jumping on this long distance. He's long distance. It's all the way from Umatic, guys. There might be a delay. What time is it down there, Mayor?
Thank you for having me.
What time is it down there?
About 10 more minutes to 8.
Okay, good. Right on. It's good to know. Mayor, so people are just wondering, it's a holiday. Like, is there anything going on in your... I mean, there's always something going on in Umatic, but is there anything like, reenactment or any kind of ceremony going on in Umatic?
No, we're not having that. We're just trying to keep the pandemic real low down here in the village. We're just having the ceremony. After the ceremony, we have a little, lunch, and everything is set apart at 6 feet. So, we'll be taking temperatures and, making sure that everybody's safe. That's we're still keeping, I know we're in Pure Court 3, but we're still trying to keep it safe down here.
Right on. Mayor, so when you said you're having a ceremony, can you tell us a little bit more about the ceremony? And is this like open to the public, or is this just like a government official type thing?
No, it's not open to the public. I have my constituents down here too are asking questions about it. I mean, they can go to the fort and, they just have to be away. There's going to be cones where, because there's only 25 people that are allowed, but we'll see what happens. You can't control it. So we're going to see what we can do. The thing is, we're just trying to keep people safe so that nobody catches the COVID. Now that we're here, even our bathrooms will be open because I have my staff be, keeping it clean as they go through the bathrooms.
Mayor, so what type of ceremony is it? So it's not open to the public, but what's the ceremony, and is it commemorating anything? I heard something about a plaque.
They're going to put a placard on a rock that they brought from the government house. This is a surprise to me too. So, well, Uncle Joe and I he's the one that was coordinating with the governor's office.
Joe Kanata of the Guam Preservation Trust is who the mayor's talking about, right? Okay. So what is this? It's a rock from the government house. What kind of rock is this? Is it Tatamona rock?
Like the Latte rock, those.
Oh.
Yeah. So they put something on the rock, and then they're decorating it right now with all the flowers and stuff for the memorial for it.
So this is only for the high officials, right?
Yes, high officials.
Mayor, just because you said you're going to have lunch, and Mayor Alec, you can jump on here, but so every time they have a mayor's council meeting, this is before the pandemic, guys. Every time they have a mayor's council meeting, it rotates. Like each mayor is responsible for. So, for example, this month it'll be like Agate mayor. Then next month it'll be whichever mayor. But the one mayor I know they always look forward to is when it's Mayor Johnny Kanata's turn to do the potluck for the mayor's council meeting.
That's true because he provides more than lunch. He also provides dinner for everybody.
Right. It's like lunch, dinner, and breakfast.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you.
Right. He has Kelaguen Benadu. I saw one time they had lobster. They had mosizas. They got all the good stuff, Mayor. So is that what you're having for lunch, or is that what you guys are having for lunch, or it's catered?
No, not lobster.
No lobster. Okay.
We had, dear Kelaguen mosizas like the president said.
Tatagat.
Tapioca, pizzas,
So it's for high officials and the media, right? Members of the media too.
Oh, the media can come down too.
See, come down, Jay.
And Chris, you guys can come down too.
Right on.
You're welcome to come down. As long as we're separated like 6 feet apart, we're fine. And we're all wearing our masks.
Right on. Mayor, are you looking forward to? You think there's a lot of people that are going to come down to Umatic just because they're kind of used to it today?
Yes. Yesterday there was a lot of people here in the fort. I'm pretty sure because it's a holiday, they're going to be roaming around. So, I'm not going to stop anybody from coming in to see what's happening. We're going to control it, but you can stand around and look, but it's just the space.
Right.
I just want to make sure that everybody's safe. My village and the people that are coming down.
Right. When you guys go to the fort, make sure you buy a coconut from that guy.
Edwin
Yeah,
Kanata.
Edwin Kanata. That's the mayor's nephew.
And Martin Mercedes is doing my decoration out there right now.
Nice. Okay. Mayor.
Wow, that's going to be nice. Martin does great work.
Right on.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Johnny, you can't let us see outside? Are you stuck there in your desk, or can you take us outside to see what they're doing, or no?
Jenna?
He has to call the AA. He doesn't know how to. He's like, I don't want to touch your voice. It's going to make it broken.
The president knows I'm not good with the computer.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Mayor Alec, good morning. So every Monday we get the mayor's council on to do their update because there's just always so many things happening on the village level. Not today though, because it's a Gov Guam holiday. But the mayors, of course, are still working hard. I mean, look, they're working, no doubt. But Mayor, can you catch us up on the stray dog thing? Because I thought I saw something about the types of animals you guys are rounding up. It's stray dogs, stray cats, and then I saw something about, I had to read this twice, feral chickens.
Oh yeah, we have the chickens and the pigs. So, back when I first started in 2017, the pigs weren't a problem. The chickens really weren't a problem. But, for a lot of us, the chickens and the pigs are a huge problem. And how do you might need some expertise like Mayor Bada to figure out how to catch the chickens and the cats.
Because you gotta be fast, yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's, they're not, the chickens won't go in the cage, and you know how we trap dogs. It doesn't work that way. Not with the chickens. The chickens are smarter than the dogs and the human beings. So yeah, so that's a challenge for sure. But yeah, it is, it's an increasing population that we need to take a handle on in PD as well. That's huge. It's huge. Not just the pigs, but the cats as well. And the chickens.
Mayor, the chickens though, that's just, we grew up with the chickens all over. Everyone's got chickens.
But not everyone's catching the chickens like before. Like I remember my grandparents on both sides of my family setting out, or catching the chickens and then raising them. But they don't do that anymore. Well, of course they've passed away, but my uncles and my aunts, no one really catches them anymore for, subsistence. So we go to the store, we go to Cocheles, and we go to Payless to buy our chicken.
Right.
So that's probably, that
not,
could definitely
not in Umatic. Mayor Johnny said, no, boy, we're going to do that, boy. That's good. Never mind. Bring that down here. Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow,
so yeah, we're speaking about the stray animals. It's been a sort of a challenge. The Santa Rita, we started it out in Santa Rita, and the Stray Animal Roundup group, they've really worked hard at looking for a short-term solution. And so I know there are critics out there, but as mayors, we really are working hard to figure out what we can do now and not wait for other people to resolve our issues. The biggest problem that we have is the safety of the people, right? And then of course the safety of the animals. And so there's the hiccup with our roundup. And so we are meeting this week to talk about our short-term plan. At the same time, we're hoping that the senators will join us in this meeting to talk about a long-term solution, because definitely we know the roundup it's truly just a short-term plan and it won't resolve our issues. But again, the mayors are just taking a proactive approach to this. It really isn't our responsibility by statute, but it's within our village, and we just need to do something about it. So I know we've always talked about it, but it really is a serious problem. I know in the 35th legislature, there was a bill that was proposed or that was introduced, and it was a spay, neuter, and release program. And I know that not all the mayors were on board with the release portion of that bill, rightly so. I mean, we have to deal with so many other issues within the community on top of the animals that are released if we spay and neuter them. And even if they're spayed and neutered, they're not being cared for. And so there's, it doesn't work out. It's not as easy as everyone thinks, or it's not as convenient as it might seem to just spay, neuter, and then release them and hope that they're going to live a good life. They're probably not, I mean, they're going to get run over. They're not going to be fed. They're not going to have shelter. So we're going to run into those issues. So we hope this week we can resolve some of those, or we can talk at least about some of those issues and come to a solution for a long-term solution. But like I said, I know there are critics out there, and they've criticized Mayor Paco and his team for, the short-term plan that they've executed. But I give them so much credit for doing it together with the other mayors that have joined him, along with Mayor Alvarez from Santa Rita, because they've captured dogs, and we've made some headway with GAIN. So GAIN is now accepting the animals. I know there's still some difficulty with it, but at least we're moving forward with those stray animals.
Just to be clear,
But of course, ultimately, we want a long-term solution.
right. But just to be clear, Mayor, you're not spaying and neutering chickens.
No, we're not saying chickens, not at all. If we, but there could definitely be a good plan for those chickens. I mean, people are looking for work. That could definitely be another industry for us.
$1 a chicken? How much? 50 cents a chicken, right? Because you got to be fat. You got to come around the side, right, Mayor Johnny? Mayor Johnny, let me tell you, he doesn't look like he's that fast, but when it comes to catching rooster, this guy knows what's up. Because you kind of come along the side like you're just looking normal.
We're not good at economics. We can't sell that for 50 cents. Especially if the mayors are going to be the ones to go out and catch those chickens. Man, we need to sell them for a lot more.
Right on. Okay.
Hey, Jay, I just want to let you know, Chris, Jen is taking some pictures.
I see. Yes, thank you. Wow, these are nice. Thank you for that, Mayor. What about the budget? Mayor Alec, have you guys got a chance to look at your budget proposal that was sent to the legislature?
We have not. I know our admin office and our executive director has definitely worked on that, but we have not. We have not actually delved into that. We plan to in the next month to take a look at that. What we're looking forward this week, though, I mean, if we're looking at just by week, Senator Moylan reached out to us regarding a public-private partnership bill that would help the villages with their sports facilities, maintain their sports facilities and their recreation centers. And so we're always looking for ways to find funds to keep our facilities maintained and to keep them working for our people. I mean, we can't always rely on the general fund, especially now these days with COVID and all. And we're expecting quite a bit of money, right, from the Fed. So hopefully, that won't set us back too much. But we're looking forward to hearing more about Senator Moylan's proposal for us. I think it might be a win-win situation. He did the same with the Southern High Gymnasium, and I believe that that panned out. So hopefully that's something that we can work on, and we're hoping to talk more about that this week. The other thing that we're excited about this week is working with DOE. And I know that the superintendent spoke on your show about it already, but the community learning centers. And so they've really pushed that out. And there's so many already around on the island in the different schools. But we're looking at how this ESF funding can actually permeate into the villages, into the communities, because that's where the children are, that's where the students are. And so most of us have sports programs, most of us have after-school programs and other extracurricular activities, and we're wanting to see how that process, that mechanism of helping the students can actually get into those programs so that we can reach more students, because every student is really has been affected by this pandemic in one way or another, and their learning styles have changed. So we're definitely excited to see how we can be partners with GDOE on that. So those are the two big issues this week, for sure.
Mayor, I just wanted to ask with the budget, right? I know you said you haven't really gone really into it, but as far as you know, are all of you guys still getting the same budget regardless of village size? Because I know that's kind of been a discussion the last couple of years.
So our budget is lump sum, so that is determined at our level. And I am, as the new president, I am determined to talk more about how we can make that more equitable for everyone. Because I know that in our past, or in the fiscal 21, Mayor Ernest was really loud about it. And, he justified it in his own way. And the majority of the body agreed with him, regardless of the way in which he derived that budget. Majority agreed with him, and that's how we and that's how that was this past. And so this year, we're definitely going to take a closer look at it and see how we can better serve everyone. Because, I mean, it's true, right? Dededo is definitely larger than PD.
Right.
And so we're definitely going to take a closer look at that and have a better solution for everyone. Because in the end, it affects the people. In the end, it affects the communities we serve.
Mayor Johnny, thank you for coming on. We're going to play these pictures, but be safe in your village today, Mayor. Unmute.
Jace and Chris, thank you for having me. I'm Bree, thank you for having me. And you're welcome to come down if you're free after 10 o'clock.
After 10, okay.
I always listen to your when you guys are doing the talk show.
Thank you, Mayor, so much. Yeah, we'll see if we're gonna get a carpool. I gotta check my boss, Bree. Okay, that's the Mayor Alec. Thank you. Hey, I like your shirt. Is that JFK or what? What's the deal with your shirt?
It is JFK.
Right on. Geckos.
Islanders, Biba Islanders.
Okay, there you go. See you guys. Thank you, Mayors. Hey, Sabrina Salas-Mezzanani, good morning.
Good morning.
You want to go catch some chickens later?
Oh.
Did you hear that? They're rounding up chickens, too.
Yeah.
What is this island coming to?
With the chickens?
Well, I mean,
With everything?
I just feel like chickens are part of they're like, I just don't know what, I'm just confused. 805. I mean, can you imagine a Guam where they round up all the chickens and you talk to somebody on the phone and you don't hear a chicken crowing in the background? I mean, we could be living in the end times of the chickens right now. It's 806. We're KUAM FM, Agatna, Guam on the Breeze 93.9. That's the radio side. Of course, our Facebook Live feed is brought to you, or our whole show is brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and thank you to East West Rental, our friends over at East West Rental, for jumping on board sponsorship of the link. It means so much. Really appreciate it, and welcome aboard. It's now the first day of March, Monday, Chamorro Culture and Heritage and History Day here at 806. We'll take a quick break, and here's what's coming up here, guys. We're getting Simon Sanchez of the CCU. We're getting Catherine Castro of the Guam Chamber. We're also getting Janella of Public Health, and probably some folks from the Division of Environmental Health coming on. And then 9:30, we'll get Malia Ramirez, who's the Gov Guam historian, and also Roman de la Cruz. Are they doing a slinging down in pneumatic this morning, Bree?
I believe it's tomorrow.
Okay.
There's an event tomorrow, and then there's actually another event on Saturday.
Right on. Okay, so we'll be back with more of the link right here on The Breeze next. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Take me back to my roots when I was just a kid. Down by the beach was the greatest place to be. You know what is good for me. You know what is right for me. You do. And I can never be too far away too long. Before and I'll leave again, but I will come home. I will come home. Driving up the hill to Center Way, the place where I grew up with the people that I love. You know what is good for me. You know what is right for me. You do. And her sun, it was shining, and her wind, it was blowing.
Rita V, My Sweet Guahan, 811. Good morning, Sabrina.
And her heart, it is warming, and her love, it is healing. Oh, you know what
Good jam there. It's called My Sweet Guahan.
is right for me. You do.
Good morning. It's Monday, the 1st of the March.
Is this a new song?
No, this is actually a really old one. I want to say it's like around 2007.
2007. That's a long time ago.
It is, yeah. So this is a it's definitely from the South. Rita V. I don't know much about her. I just know that this was a track that I got when I was here, and it was I-94. So that's how long ago it was. Okay. It's a good, really nice jam. Though it's kind of got that like country feel to it a little bit, right? Yeah. You know, we love our country here on Guam. It's 8:12. Catherine Castro, the Guam Chamber of Commerce head, is coming up here in a little bit. But first, let's go in with Simon Sanchez of the CCU in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Simon.
Buenas, Viva Mr. Morrow.
Viva! Oh, wait, Bree, no cheering.
Why?
Take it back. Go scrub the recording, Joe. We don't want to get a ticket. You can't cheer. Or can you only not cheer in the bars?
You had your mask on.
I did. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
you can cheer into them.
good. Good point. All my droplets are going back in my orifices.
No cha-cha.
That's good to know.
Yeah, thanks.
Keep your droplets to yourself.
No cha-cha during Chamorro month.
Yeah, how's that, Bree? You can't cha-cha during Chamorro month. No botsu, no nothing. But you can fundraise, so there it is. 8:13, Simon from the CCU. Simon, good morning, and we'll just get right into it, right? So I know that you guys had said people aren't paying their utilities bills, and PCOR 3, we're looking at some disconnections. Where are we with that? Not yet, right?
Well, yeah, well, just to keep it in perspective, about 98% of our customers are paying their bills.
Okay.
And, you know, whether you're a GovGuam employee or a federal employee, of course, you didn't lose your hours, but the PUA and all the federal assistance from last year really helped people and stay current, and people stayed current. But as you know, some people, the PUA was paused. Great news last week that PUA has been resumed for people. I know we're putting in all our hours for our employees this morning, and that's going to be a big benefit. And I guess the House has passed the Biden plan, so there's expectations for more assistance. But we do have a group of people that have, understandably struggled to get their bill paid, and we're just reaching out to them as we did last summer when we started the program without disconnection, and we haven't changed any we haven't made any decision to disconnect, but management is looking at it because they brought it to our attention that we're seeing an increase in delinquencies. And as we said last summer, please come in and see GPA or GWA if you're having trouble. But as you folks have covered last week, we now have the administration that stood up the mortgage assistance, the utility rental assistance program. And we're going to make sure that our websites at the utilities put that on our websites. Let's get that information out to people, because you can catch up on your rent and you can catch up on your utilities with that program. And that would help that universe of people that are still struggling. But we really encourage people, touch base with us. Don't just blow us off. If we don't hear from you and then you give us no choice, right? But we don't want to put people in a position where they can't get power or water during this time. And we haven't made a decision to resume, but you can see the good news of going to PCOR 3 and maybe PCOR 4 is as you open up, then more things open up. Even the governor couldn't say to landlords, you can never collect rent anymore. And, she had to lift that ban. And we're in a similar position. It's not fair if 98% of the people are paying their power. We can't give free power or water to 2% of the people. We've got to help everyone reach that common goal. So the programs are there. We haven't turned off the power yet, but we're water. But we are encouraging people, please come in and reach out to us if you're having trouble. Let's work out a payment plan. We'll work with you and keep your lights on and keep your water going until you can put it back together financially.
As all this talk about the different assistance with utilities, because I know there was also a grant that Salvation Army and WestCare was administering for utilities assistance. So when you kind of hear this dialogue that, hey, we know people out there are struggling to pay their utilities bills, here's some money, does it kind of like throw ice water on moving forward the disconnections? I mean, it doesn't really sound like you guys are there and you're about to pull the plug, but it does sound like you said it's a big part of your talks.
I mean, we have to pay attention to everything, right? I mean, as I said, 98% of the people are doing fine, but there is a small group of people that aren't, and we've got to try to find every way we can to help them, and that's why we haven't turned any services off. But you can't do it forever, right? And we're just sort of being, we're being realistic. I mean, Chris, you have to pay your bill. Sabrina has to pay her bill. Simon has to pay his bill. And if we don't want 2,000 people saying, I don't have to pay my bill. And that's not fair either. So we're just facing the reality. I think we're all facing, hopefully the economy gets back on although it's still going to be a struggle. We're going to need this federal assistance. This PUA resolution, I think, was a big piece of it. But yeah, we just putting the word out. That's why we're letting you know that if you're having trouble, please reach back to the utilities. We don't want to turn off services, but we need to hear from you, and let's work something out. And the good news is the overwhelming majority of our ratepayers, all of you, have really done a great job in a very difficult situation to keep your bills paid. At least that seems to be a priority. We're seeing people with prepaid bills. GPA is able to do prepaid power bills. You can say, here's my $100, you prepay it. We call you up when you're down to like 25 or 50 bucks and you replenish it and we keep giving you power. But some of those people, once they heard we weren't disconnecting, they weren't replenishing their prepayments. So they became delinquent, but they were still getting the power because we weren't disconnecting. So there's a group of people that sort of game the system that says, okay, well, if they're not disconnecting, I don't need to worry about my prepaid. Well, now you do, because we're telling you that, well, you owe some money and we want to make sure you continue to receive services. So reach back to us. And that's really the main message. And you guys keep that messaging going out about how do you get onto that mortgage assistance program, the utility assistance program, those other programs that are being stood up. Please, get that word out. We'll do the same. Everything we can to help everybody, deal with the craziness of COVID.
How much revenue has GPA lost during this pandemic?
Well, I won't say we've lost the revenue yet. It's like anything. You bill your revenue and then you collect your receivables, right? And 98% of the people have been paying their bills all throughout COVID, but we're seeing an increase in that group of people that are struggling to pay their bills. We're seeing an aging in receivables where some people, well, I missed last month, I'll try to catch up this month. So, you're just seeing the signs of concern, and we'd rather tackle it much sooner than much later. And you know, financially, we can tough it out, right? I mean, we've built up, you know, these utilities are owned by all of you. They're owned by all of us, and we've made sure that we manage that money wisely in providing you service, and that includes putting some money aside to be able to tolerate slowdowns in payments. But we can't do it forever, and we are doing everything we can, and with the help of folks like you, to get the word out that come see us, keep paying that bill as best you can. Partial payment's better than no payment, and you know, it's not going to go away. I mean, that's the other thing. It's sort of like your rent or your, you know, every family has necessary expenses, and they don't go away just because times are tough. You just have to wrestle with that challenge and figure out the best way to address it as you can. And anytime you get in trouble with any vendor that you owe money, the best defense is a good offense. Talk to them. You know, they want to keep your services going to you, but you got to find a way to pay them. And so hopefully these other programs will provide that relief.
The 2%, is that mainly like residential, or is it business, or is it the government?
Yeah, it's mostly residential. You know, I mean, businesses, they either way, if they're still in business, they've done a great job paying their bill. I mean, we've lost customers that have just gone out of business. But most people are paying their bills. And as you've covered all along, I mean, GovGuam never lost income. Federal government never lost income. And then there was this huge federal assistance. So rightfully so, the people of Guam put their money in that one bucket of need quite well. But there are a group of people that we're noticing the struggle. We're noticing it's increasing the number of people that are delinquent. The aging, the amount of the delinquency is growing. And we want to grab it, you know, catch it and talk about it while it's small. You know, owing 7-8 months of power or water is not where you want to be, because that's a tough road to hoe if you get that far behind. But you know, we'll work. You know, we have no interest in removing services from folks, but we have to be fair to everybody too. And it's not fair if Sabrina has to pay her bill, then sooner or later Simon has to pay his bill, and even if Simon's struggling. So you know, that's what we're working on.
Where do you think this delinquency and arrears is coming from? If people have been receiving federal assistance, PUA, things like that.
My guess is it's coming from people that took some of that money and decided not to pay their utility bill because they weren't being disconnected. But that movie's not going to go on forever, and so you know, now forever just showed up. So I think, but I think it sort of proves that most people did the wise thing. They took care of their family's most important needs, and but the few that are struggling, we're just telling you now, come see us. Go apply for these programs, try to find some work, apply for those PUA benefits that now have been reopened, and get a payment plan to the utilities for those of you that are struggling. Chris is current on his bill. I checked.
Is there a deadline when you plan to pull the plug on the no disconnection policy?
We're letting management come back to us in the March meeting with a plan. So I imagine whatever it is, it won't start till April. And I think that gives enough of these other programs a chance to get off their feet too, and maybe they can help people. But yeah, we'll look at it. We'll look at it in March, and we'll see what the plan is. But I wouldn't be surprised if some changes are going to emerge in the next 45 days from the utilities. It's something's going to have to happen for those that are struggling. But if you have a payment plan, you know, we can go 6 months, 8 months. I mean, you know, it's again, the best defense is a good offense. So come talk to us. Don't just ignore it, because we won't ignore it eventually.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was there anything else, Simon?
No. Just very happy to hear that the pool got resolved, and I've heard about these programs, and bless you, Chris. And yeah, I think just everyone in tourism, you know, and we're very involved with tourism. We know that that's still a year away from any kind of recovery. So it's going to be slow. But for those that are able to get and remain employed and paid, federal, local, PUA, you know, do what you can. And then there are businesses that, you know, we're reaching into our reserves and keeping our businesses going, because, you know, we intend to be here for the long haul. But sometimes, you know, when I talk to Phil Flores a lot, and we've been longtime business partners, you know, when you have businesses that have been in business 30, 40, 50, 60 years, you're going to have situations like this, but you're not going to get to 50 years unless you deal with them, right? And we're dealing with them, and we're able to keep all of our people employed. And that's a blessing. But we sure hope tourism comes back, because the economy needs it, and folks need it, and then we'll see whether we can do. Talk to business people all the time, all these diversifications of industry, what else, other industries we can bring, but none of them are going to come overnight. Right? Our bread and butter is tourism. The infrastructure's here. We just need our Korea and Japan to end quarantine when you go back to Korea and Japan, and then of course we have our own situation, which continues to improve. I mean, despite all the angst, we've got lots of people with shots and low hits now, and the Cabrera score is low, and our hospital's not overrun. I mean, that's the list of stuff you folks have been covering for over a year about. That's the checklist, right? I mean, those things are going better. The community's better. So we're better, but it's the economy has taken a hit. But I don't know, even if we were better 6 months ago, that wouldn't have made Japanese visitors come anymore, or Korean visitors. The whole planet has gone through this, and we're going to have to recover with the whole planet. But then that means we've got to hang in there together during these challenging times.
Well, thank you.
Listen to the link.
Right. Thank you, Simon. Yes, definitely listen to the link, guys. Appreciate it, my friend.
Okay.
Okay,
You folks take care. All right. Have a good week. We'll be
You too.
watching and listening.
All right. Appreciate it. Simon Sanchez of the CCU. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room and bring on Catherine Castro of the Guam Chamber. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Try to change the angle.
Good morning. Hi.
Yeah, but it's still going to look up.
Who do we got? Oh, that's can we mute Simon?
Before it was sitting down.
Hi, Kathy. Good morning.
Good morning and half a day, everybody. How are you?
Good. We're doing great. So, full disclosure, I ran into Kathy yesterday at the gas station, and I was like, "Oh, hey, come on!" And I don't know if she knew I meant today, but so thanks for joining us. But I had to laugh because you had said something like, I don't bring the fire or whatever, and I was like, no, there's no more fire. It's PCOR 3. I feel like I mean, and let's just start there. PCOR 3 assessment with the chambers, members, and just other businesses. Are you guys doing better now, or?
Well, just as Simon mentioned a little while ago, businesses continue to struggle to survive. But we're very pleased that the governor signed the minimum wage bill number 24 into law. So that will give some respite to our small businesses who are in a dire need of any type of support from our government. So this would be extremely helpful. And so we're thankful for the governor for signing that bill into law. We're thankful to the senators for putting a bill like that together. Although we did we were hopeful for a 1-year moratorium, but the 6 months is at least it's something, and we'll take it.
Yeah, Bill 11 though is just one of several other bills that impact the business community that the chamber has been tracking, and the chamber also did a survey in February. I'm not sure if the results are completed, but can you tell us a little bit about at least some of the feedback you've received so far and the response from the survey?
Sabrina, we just sent the survey out over the weekend, and so
okay.
But you're so good. Thank you for bringing it up. So anybody that's listening and that are members of the chamber, we really encourage everybody to complete that really quick. It's a really quick survey. It's just to let us know. What do you think about these bills? Do you agree that we should pursue these bills as a business community? There's about 10 bills that were listed. We asked our members to rate the bills of how important they are to the least important. We asked our members about what are the top issues that are important for their individual businesses. And, just that sort of thing. We want to get just a pulse of our business community on what those issues are and what we should be doing as a chamber in the next year or so.
It's going to be a pretty crazy year leading up to the election, and we saw the chamber, and you guys were part of a couple different PACs, or at least one big one. That being said, I'm kind of wondering, like, with this next election coming up, which is going to be a gubernatorial election, how active are you guys going to be in the campaign conversation?
Well, you're right. The chamber is part of Action PAC, the political action committee that was formed last year. And so we're, Action PAC is still alive and well and is doing what it does. And they're very similar. The chamber is a founding member. And so we are actively engaged in advocacy with our legislative folks. And so at the Congress building, Guam Congress building. So as you could probably see a number of business bills that are coming out of the legislature, we feel are supportive of businesses. And that is because of the engagement and the talks that we've been having as a chamber, as individual organizations, GHRA, GAR, Contractors Association, all of those, Chinese Chamber and the Korean Chamber, and then as a chamber. And so we're pleased that we're seeing support for businesses. And really what it is we really have to work together. And just as Simon mentioned earlier, the businesses, the smaller businesses are barely surviving. Yeah. And what we need to do is we just really, like we've said hundreds and hundreds of times, is we just really need to work together just to get through this. And we'll see what is new and what is going to be normal for Guam moving into, post-pandemic, right? We're looking at a possible federal phased-in minimum wage. We see that Congress passed this $1.9 trillion stimulus package. We're waiting to see what the Senate's going to look like. We're seeing that they're probably going to vote party lines. So it's interesting times that we're living in, and we're just hopeful that cooler heads will prevail, especially on the minimum wage, because you can't put a one-size-fits-all federal mandate, for all of the United States of America. Not everybody is a New York or a California, right? So the places that can absorb that can afford some of that high federal minimum wage, you cannot do here on Guam or in some downtown USA and maybe Ohio or some Midwestern state.
What do we do? What is it proposal? Like $15 minimum wage or something?
That's Biden's.
Biden's proposal. $15 minimum wage, and we'll give a 5-cent increment over the next 80 years.
Is that what?
Well, you know what, Chris? I think it's really important that Dave De La Sola was also on your show.
Yeah.
Right, and he has millions of dollars in grants, and folks. We have to look at this as brand new opportunity for us, for our people, right? Let's take advantage of this. If you want to reskill, there's so much things out there. You could be a med tech, you could be a nurse's aide. I mean, there's so much things. You can go into construction. These guys pay really good money, guys. So, let's put our focus on, moving ahead and what can we do to better our circumstances, right? And let's take that initiative. If there's federal dollars, millions of dollars that is going to be available to our people, let's do it. Let's educate ourselves. Let's reskill ourselves. Let's do this and make this place a better place for all of us.
Well, we are coming up to 1 year since the COVID landed on our shores. March 15th, I believe, is the day when we first got our first 3 cases. And so I guess for you, looking back, I mean, it's so hard to look back, right? And then that's why I think, because that was,
I don't want to look back.
I know, but in terms of like lessons learned and,
Right.
and things like that, and reflecting on what happened and what we can do better. Is that something that you guys are well, obviously, is what you guys are doing.
I've mentioned this too before. I said that, once we shut down, we were already working on a plan to reopen our economy, right? I think that there's a lot that we can look back at and learn from, right? And you're right, it has been extremely painful, and the lives lost are just, it's inconsolable to our hearts. And we could have done some things better, but taking a look at the whole, like what Simon mentioned earlier, we were in this globally. We weren't just Guam, right? And so taking a look at what the other countries are doing, what our counterparts, what Hawaii is doing, certainly is something that we should take a look at. And but I appreciate that everybody here, because we're so small, we care about each other. We want to see our people rise above. We want to see everybody safe, right? We want to be able to open safely and be successful at this, and be like what the governor is saying, we're eyes are looking at Guam because we are doing some things really, really well, right? So let's just continue to do that. Let's continue to move forward. Let's continue to have a positive attitude, because certainly, that's the only thing that's going to keep us focused. And that's just, that's how I live, and that's how, my personal, mantra is, just be positive, look forward, and just work. Let's continue to do this together.
Kathy, and also with the parameters that are currently set, which is, I believe, 50% for indoor dining, 75% for retail, 50% for bars. Are your memberships or the body just in general looking at further easing? I mean, obviously you are, I know, but like what timeline would satisfy you guys?
You've talked to Christine, right? Our rock star chair. And she, we have been pushing for 75% at our restaurants. We have been pushing to have our bars open. I believe and I feel strongly that we have really good guidelines in place. And I'm pretty sure that your next folks that are behind me with Janella and Mary Lou, they'll tell you that the business community, they've been working, public health and the business community have been working hard to put guidelines together, safety guidelines that are in place for employees and for customers, right? And I think that the sooner that we can do this, the better we can be as an economy, right? So that we can turn that money around, so that we can get people employed and paid. I think that's really, really important. We got to get our people off of the, asking or waiting in lines. Goodness gracious, let's get our people employed and do this the right way. So to answer your question, we're really pushing for more opportunities and more capacity to open, certainly.
Right. Yeah. I think once it gets up like 50%, 75, I don't really see the difference. I mean, when you go around, I don't even know if anyone's counting. I'm not sure. We already know public health is understaffed, but it just kind of seems like 75% of retail. Like, why not just go to 100?
Yeah.
Because with the social distancing, it kind of messes with the capacity load, right? Because you've got to have everyone 6 feet apart.
I went to a brunch after mass yesterday, and those guys were really, really awesome, taking temperatures, making sure we're socially distanced, making sure that we were masked. I went to the grocery store, and we're doing it ourselves, right? I don't know if you notice when you go to the grocery store, we say hello to each other, but we're 6 feet apart because we're doing our part as a community, right? To move beyond this. So kudos to our community, to our people, right?
Right on.
Is the chamber also eyeing the President's Americans Rescue Act? Aside from the $661 million that we're hopefully crossing our fingers that we're going to get, the governor's going to get and divvy it out. But aside from that $661 million, is there anything else in there that the chamber can take advantage of?
Well, I think that we're really excited to see help for the business, various industries that need the help. Right, we wanted to see these grants come through for our restaurants and our bars much earlier than they are coming through now. We wanted to see grants coming through for our daycare centers and just the businesses that were truly impacted, right, by this pandemic. And so we continue to, work with our congressmen and work with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and see how what they're doing to support all of these small businesses, all of these industries that were the most hard hit. And we will continue. We will continue to do that, and whatever way that we can, if it's webinars, if it's opportunities for grants, even the arts, entertainment, theater, ballet. I mean, all of these things that were so hard hit. We really want these folks to be able to come back and be supportive again. Be the community. We need to be a community again, and our sports, all of that stuff, right? So we're looking out for all of that.
Do you guys have a count or just an idea how many businesses, small businesses with the Chamber of Commerce didn't make it through this pandemic? Like permanently closed?
Yeah, I don't know what that number is. I know that the Department of Revenue and Taxation did have a number about businesses that did not renew their business license. We did lose, I'm going to be frank, we did lose just under 40 members in 2020. And a lot of that was all small businesses. I would say half of that was closure, and the other half was they're just trying to make it. And we totally understand and totally support them. And so we, what the chamber does is, we advocate for the entire business community, whether they're members or not. So we're, we will tirelessly continue to advocate and press on for our business community.
There you go. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Also,
thanks, guys.
You guys have a seminar tomorrow? Did you want to promote that?
It's on Wednesday.
Oh, it's Wednesday.
Yes, it's with Joe Arnett. And so we're, encouraging, we already have close to 150 folks participating and signed up. But man, if there's other small businesses out there that need some guidance on taxes, let's get you guys registered. If you have any questions, give us a call here at the chamber. We'd be happy to help you out. All right. It's free.
There you go. You sure you don't want to throw a little fire out here, Kathy, before I let you go? Last chance.
You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you,
Thank
Kathy.
you.
There
Take
go.
care.
All right. 8:42. Good morning. This is The Link. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Burp, burp. East West Rental. Also brought to you by IT&E Carrier. 647 Cool. And Cabo Enterprises. 8:43. Let's go back into the Zoom room, where we have Janella Carrera, Public Health, the PIO, and I believe she's joined by Division of Environmental Health Administrator Malou Scroggs. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us on a holiday.
Good morning, Jason.
You guys get a day off?
No, I have a full day today, actually.
Man.
Oh, you're not the only ones. Don't worry.
I know.
Yeah, I see you guys are also working today, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason didn't. He didn't take our holiday
My fault.
Yeah. We opted for President's Day, which, okay. 844, again, so we're talking kind of inspections here, right? As there was, you guys had sent us a doc that there were a few businesses that were cited for violations of the governor's executive orders, and I wanted to pop this open. There was something that really interested me in what you had sent over, Janella and Malou, in this summary of citation tickets, is that there were a couple bars that were cited, and it looks like these, and maybe we can get the clarification on it, these bars were actually open before the governor allowed them to be open. And we're talking specifically, so the citations we got here, maybe let me shoot this over to Jay. You can pop it up.
Yep.
There was one for the Green Lizard, which is that a restaurant or a bar?
Green Lizard is is categorized as a restaurant.
Okay. And so they had got a ticket for social distancing, and people weren't wearing the masks. And then there was Slippery Fish, which I see this all the time on Facebook. So Slippery Fish, is that a restaurant or a bar?
A restaurant.
Okay, so these were not bars, and they were not open before the ban. But they're kind of like one of those, like to me, it looks like a bar, right? But they're serving food.
So I think this goes back to our earlier conversation
Right.
when Malou and I were on a few weeks ago, when we talked about how they had applied for that, EDE, converted parts of their, so they're able to operate as a restaurant because they have the proper mechanisms in place to operate as a restaurant.
Meaning like kitchen.
But I know what you're talking about because I know there were some videos that were circulating and they kind of appear to operate as a bar, but they are technically restaurants.
Right. So let me ask you, Malou, because I was talking to Mary Rhodes about this, and what are like the parameters? Because she was saying that it actually, to be a restaurant, you have to have like a certain amount of your sales have to be like food sales. So what is the criteria for that?
Okay, the criteria for a restaurant is you must have a full a kitchen that meets all the requirements. When it comes to the food sale, it's we don't base that requirements when we categorize establishment. As long as they have a kitchen and have all the necessary equipment to operate as a restaurant, then we categorize them or approve them as a restaurant. Green Lizard and Slippery Fish, they have a kitchen.
I see.
Then,
But I mean, regardless of whether or not they have a kitchen or whatever they're called as a business, in Slippery Fish's case, they were given a ticket for lack of social distancing, people not wearing masks, which I mean, it was all over Facebook, on January 23rd. And then like a week later, they got tickets for the same violation. So how frustrating is it for you guys, Malou, to go around to these businesses and to issue these tickets, and then you go back a week later and it's the same thing?
okay, the reason that we went out that night, the first night that we cited them is because of a complaint. Because of the complaints, we monitor this establishment. So the second citation, it's not a complaint. We just pop in and did our regular inspection. And we found the same violation. So they were cited the second time.
Can you describe the violation in a little more detail?
The violation is, there's more, it's social, they're not maintaining the 6 feet social distancing, and not all patrons or guests or customers are wearing masks. Even their employees, they're not properly wearing their masks. They have their mask, but they put down their mask. It's below their chin.
And
We have pictures of those.
Wow. What about Green Lizard? So it says social distancing, wearing of masks. Also, that was January 8th. They got $1,000 ticket.
Yes, and it's only this establishment that paid the penalty. They didn't wait for their schedule to appear at the court. They just went in and settled the fee.
And then what about San Augustine Funeral Home? Man, this was December 14th. They were given a ticket. It's still pending. It says here, per Traffic Violations Bureau rep, the ticket has not been received by the traffic court. But this is $1,000 ticket for social distancing. This kind of, I mean, because I drive through this area a lot, and I see it a lot where, and this, I mean, not just now, but before when the different, more strict parameters are in place. I mean, it's just crazy. You just see like tons of people there. And so can you describe, I guess, on December 14th when you guys went out, what did the inspectors find?
Okay, when we went out that night, there were really a lot of people outside that not maintaining the social distancing. At the time that we cited, I think the authorized congregation is still, I think it's about 10 or 15. The owner or the management of funeral home really tried to enforce the social distancing, but I think it was a Micronesian community that having the viewing, but they're not listening to them. So the owner or the manager called GPD and called public health for assistance. And the court already received the ticket. We've been following up as to the status, but we haven't gotten any confirmation as to what is the status of the ticket, if they contested or they settled or paid. We haven't get confirmation from them.
Melissa, when you guys did that second pop-up inspection at Slippery Fish and it yielded the same results as the first time when you went there based on a complaint, did that kind of tell you, or do you guys do these pop-up inspections at other establishments?
Yes, and most of the time they're not happy. They become aggressive, but we try to make them understand. We try to work with them. We're not out there we always emphasize that we're not out there to hurt their business, and we're there to help them to comply with the requirements and work with them.
Would they become aggressive? Like, what do they say? Like, I don't need to wear a mask, or what are they saying? And do your inspectors fear
yes,
for
they
the
become
safety?
aggressive, especially Slippery Fish. On the second citation, we have to call GPD for assistance because one of the owners, she's a female, she was really, she became aggressive, cussing at our two health inspector because it's the same inspector that cited them on the first citation. So they're saying that we're just like picking on them.
And what did you guys say? We're not picking on you. You're not following the rules.
No, I told my staff and they called me that just back off, and so I called GPD for assistance. That's when everything was.
Man, Malu, so, I mean, that's got to be troubling for these inspectors, especially when they're going into these, like, restaurants that are posing as bars or bars posing as restaurants. Anyway, so when you add the alcohol, right, and people are drinking and they're drunk, they become belligerent, and it sounds like that's happening. So how do your inspectors feel about going into these bars that just open and inspecting? Are they, like, scared, or, you know what I mean? Do they need a police escort?
They're not really comfortable, especially if the team is composed of both female. So we try to pair up one male and one female inspector to go out at night. It just so happened last Saturday, one of these, the person that's assigned, he cannot make it. So we have to pull another health inspector. So it's 2 female, and after they're done of the inspection, they called me and they said they don't feel comfortable. So next time we want send 2 female inspector during night inspection. But we always try to pair up 1 male and 1 female inspector.
Wow, that's crazy, Malu. So here we are. We're finding that they're violating the protocols and putting everyone at risk. But then you don't have inspectors who, I mean, I don't even know what to say. So how do we guarantee the public that we're out there inspecting the bars when the inspectors are scared to go out and inspect the bars or any other establishments that operate at night? And
they're not scared. They're just not really comfortable if it's just 2 female inspectors. So we always pair up 1 male and 1 female.
And this is why it's important to have partnerships with GPD, with law enforcement, to help enforce these guidances and the executive order as well. And we're grateful for that partnership too.
So I'm looking at the report. So the last inspection was February 18th. How many other inspections and how many other citations have been issued since then?
We have 2 citations. There were 2 citations issued this weekend, last Saturday, 1 restaurant and a bar. So there's a total of 9 citations that were issued ever since we started. Ever since we adopted the rules and regulations.
can you tell us the establishments' names and what were the violations?
Are you asking the 2 additional?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. The restaurant is Spring Chinese Kitchen. 3 violations: no COVID mitigation plan, wearing of mask, and they don't have a logbook or records of guests.
And
then
guys,
one is,
go ahead, Melu.
and we did this compliance inspection because of the complaint. On the weekend, we tried to concentrate on bars, but because there's a complaint on this, so that's why we did on the weekend. And the bar that we cited this weekend is Caves.
What?
It's wearing of masks. Employees and patrons are not wearing masks. Not all employees and patrons or guests are wearing masks.
Did you say K's?
Caves. K-A-V-E apostrophe S.
K-A-V-E.
Where's that at?
That's it's right by Wise Owl, right?
I don't really know where's that.
Come on, Malu. No, I know. I don't either. I think it is by Wise Owl. But how frustrating is it? It's freaking 2021. We've been doing this for a year, and people should know that you wear the mask. So, and I mean that just tells me if you're going to one spot, popping in, and you're making these observations, then that means there's probably so many other places that aren't getting inspected that are not paying attention to the protocols.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. If it's happening in one location, it probably is happening in another bar as well.
Well, what I find interesting is a lot of these restaurants that the inspectors are going to, it seems like it's the same kind of violation with no mitigation plan and no logbook. So are they just not aware that they need to have these in place? Or there needs to be more, I don't know, public awareness about it, that they're supposed to have these?
Some of them, that's their excuse, they're not aware.
Mm-hmm.
Just a few.
What about the mask? So, like when you go into a place like Caves and you see whoever, the bartender or whoever, not wearing the mask, like what do they say? Like, I don't wanna?
They just keep quiet or say apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. Then they put on their mask right away. They're aware, Chris, because they have their mask. Only they're not properly wearing it.
I mean, Malou, like really, who's not aware that you got? I mean, we're in a business. We're wearing the mask. I mean, everyone knows. So you have just these willful violations, right?
But if you also notice that a lot of those citations that have been issued, there are multiple citations. So it's not like it's just no COVID mitigation plan and that's the only citation. You'll see that it's no COVID mitigation plan, no wearing of masks and social distancing. It's multiple violations lumped into one citation.
Right.
So, you know, it may be, you know, we visit one place and we'll notice there's no COVID mitigation plan, and that may just be one violation. We might be willing to work with that establishment. And, you know, if it's just that one violation, we can work with them, educate them. But, you know, if you notice in the citations, it's multiple citations. And so, you know, it's not like we're not willing to work with them and educate them. And I think that's the one thing that, you know, Malou and our inspectors often stress is that we're not there to hurt their business. We're not there to try to shut them down. You know, we really want to work with them and make sure that they're following all the mitigation measures that are in place.
Do you guys have a complete list, though, of all the places that you've inspected to kind of show that maybe there are some businesses? Because when you just list out, Slippery Fish or K's, what about the full night of inspections to show that, hey, well, there are bars that are complying, or, yeah, there are restaurants that are complying, so it's not just, oh, well, look at these guys.
Right, sure. I think, yeah, Malou, I think we can probably put a list together of to show, you know, in comparison, how many we have visited and how many are in compliance. You know, I think that's a great idea.
Yes, Janela or Chris and Sabrina, we send out a weekly inspection to the media. So we have the we send the sanitation inspection, which is the graded inspection, and also the COVID compliance inspection. And that is a weekly that we send out to the media.
Yeah, I used to get them, but I haven't received them in a while. When Tom was there, he was sending them out weekly, but I haven't received any in a while. Yeah.
Thank you. But
We'll
Malou,
get that to you today.
going back to Sabrina's point, right? I mean, if you go out for a night of inspections, you get a couple of places that are violating the protocols, you get a couple that aren't. You guys are still so short-staffed that you're not able to do the number of inspections that you feel need to be done, correct?
Yes, we're still short of staff, Chris, but we put one health inspector came back. She was resigned to response, but she's back now to the office. So we have additional help now. And also health inspectors that assigned to other programs, they're doing also the inspection during night. So we have 4 teams now. So a total of 8 that actively going out at night.
8 teams or 8 individuals?
8 individuals.
Okay.
In teams of 2.
I see.
Right.
But not 2 females at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, we have 4 females and 4 males.
You just need to go through public health and find like the biggest, scariest dudes and be like, hey, we're transferring you to go. You're just going to escort the inspectors. So basically you guys went out because you've been getting more complaints. Was that what it is?
No, not. We're not really getting a lot of complaints, but we're actively going out at night, especially when the bars resume operation again. So we've been actively going out at night.
Here's a good comment from Jana. For business owners that try to follow the guidelines, what is the proper protocol if crowds refuse to follow mandates and the owners are trying to enforce them? Who do they call for assistance if crowds are too large?
I think it's better they call GPD first, then call public health.
Yeah, this is where GPD comes in.
And then let me ask you something else, right? So this is just something I saw personally out. It's a business that has like pickup service, but so you have a line outside the business door, and then you have people who are lining up to get food, in this case, but they're not wearing their masks. Are they supposed to wear their masks if they're lined up outside of the business establishment along with other customers?
Yes.
If they're not actively eating or drinking, the mask should always be worn.
Okay, just checking. What about American Bakery? Right on, baked in crunchy goodness.
Man, I get my bread from there, so. Yeah.
Well, I had we had a pack of hot dog buns that was in the kitchen, and I went snorkeling Saturday, and I was looking for something to feed the fish, and I was like, I think they like American Bakery hot dog buns. No, but so can you just go into that, Malou? Like, what is a level 5 cockroach infestation? Like, I didn't know there was levels to this.
When it comes to the level,
because I saw it in the
because once
inspection.
you see more than one cockroach, that's already considered infestation. Because in the first place, there should be no pests at all in a food establishment.
Yeah, but it's Guam. We're a tropical island. There's cockroaches everywhere. I mean, were these the big ones, or were they like the little tiny ones?
I'm trying to recall that.
Level 5 sounds like it's the Tatamona cockroach.
I think small one, the so small ones, because the complaint started. We inspected. We went back again for inspection because of a complaint from a parent of one student that found the cockroach in the bread. So we did a follow up on that, and that's when we confirmed that there is cockroach infestation in the facility.
When's the last time that place was inspected?
Not too long ago. I think last year we did inspection.
Like in January of last year?
I have to go back to my spreadsheet. Right now I don't have that, but we did an inspection last year.
Mm-hmm. And how often, though, do you guys conduct the sanitary inspections? Because you are short-staffed, and I'm just curious, like from last year, were you guys actively going out, consistently going out, doing the sanitary inspections?
Last year, because we pretty much covered most of the food establishment last year, because we concentrated doing inspection during when this emergency started. So we pretty much covered most food establishment that were open.
So what's the next step for American Bakery's bakery?
Okay. The next step for American Bakery is they have to submit 3 consecutive pest control receipt that shows that there's no more signs or presence of pests or cockroach in their facility. That's when we go there and conduct a follow-up inspection.
You also, in the inspection documents, I saw that there was rat feces, right?
Yes, but they didn't see a live rat.
Yeah, it's because it's hard to see the live rats. Hello, they're smart, right?
But there's signs that there's rat infestation too.
Great.
I don't think this is the first time that American Bakery.
This is not the first time.
Yeah. I want to say years ago there was a pretty big issue. That
I think 2019 we did close them again.
For the same thing?
Yeah, 2019.
Was it for roaches or rats?
Cockroach again.
Wow.
What about prior to 2019?
Say that again.
What about prior to 2019? Do you recall?
Yes, I recall, but I just can't remember the exact period. What?
Yeah, I just remember American Bakery kind of being in the headlines, being closed. So how do the retail portion is still open, correct? So are
how are they selling stuff in the retail if they can't bake it there?
They have prepackaged foods, just like drinks.
Chips.
And chips. And I think I don't think they're making their shoe paos, so a manufacturer of shoe pao delivers there.
I see.
Okay. So 3 consecutive clean inspections. How spread apart are the re-inspections?
It has to be 3 consecutive days.
But I mean, like, is it? I can go there Tuesday, then come back Wednesday. I can go there Monday, come back Wednesday, come back Friday, or do you have to wait like a week or between each inspection?
No, okay, so the pest control company has to go there and do whatever they need to do and prepare, make a report. Then we base that on the report. So if they have a pest control report for 3 consecutive days showing that there's no more signs of infestation or presence of any pests, then that's when we go and conduct the follow-up inspection. But it has to be 3 consecutive days. So once the pest control, even if it is already on the 2 days or on the third, for example, they're already on the 3rd day and they find any signs, so they have to start again. So it has to be 3 consecutive days.
So public.
We haven't heard from them. I haven't heard from them. We haven't received any
requests to come back or anything like that.
Yeah, requests to for a follow-up inspection.
What do you recommend, or have you had any communication with some of their, I guess, vendors? Because the inspection was Thursday, so I'm sure they made bread. You know, in the days before. Does public health reach out to their customers, businesses that they provide bread to, and let them know, you know, hey, we shut them down because of cockroach infestation?
Yes, we reach out to those company or vendors that we know. One is GDOE, because they're the one that's supplying GDOE. So we call GDOE and inform them of the situation or the status of American Bakery.
Mm-hmm.
And also it's on the news, so their vendors should know already.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, because American Bakery, it's a big bakery. Wherever you go, you see American Bakery bread.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you guys had an idea.
American Bakery would also be responsible to inform their clients.
Yeah.
We had a comment here. Why does it seem like only restaurants are being inspected? What about food trucks?
Say that again, Chris?
Food trucks? Are we doing the food truck inspections too, or?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And then someone commented here. What about American Bakery and Micronesia Mall? Are they affected as well? Is there American Bakery?
Yes, there is.
Oh, there is. Yeah. Huh?
Across from.
Yeah, but is there one in the mall?
Yeah, I believe so. There's one across from. I don't know if it's still open, but yeah, there was an American Bakery in the mall. I don't know. It's been a while since I. Do you know?
We don't get out much, Malou.
Or Janelle?
Even me.
I'm not sure if they're still open, but they would be affected in a sense that if they were supplied with baked goods, then obviously their stock would be limited or they wouldn't have any. But if they had their retail store would still be operational if they supplied retail goods.
Right.
In that sense. So, but I'm not sure if they're still open. I haven't passed by that area in a while.
I know the American Bakery in Micronesia Mall, they're making their cookies there.
So it's a whole separate facility with a separate inspection.
Right.
I got you.
Separate.
Okay.
Just don't buy bread.
I mean, maybe it's on sale. Malou, so you guys got a lot of inspections on tap for this week? That's good. Good job. Way to go, guys. Give it up for environmental health. And you know, man, it was so unnerving though to hear Malou that
I just want to add to that. I just want to emphasize what Malou was saying earlier, that our inspectors, once again, they're not out there to, shut down an establishment. That's not their goal. Really, it's just we just want to make sure that we're all in compliance, give everybody a safe experience. I know we're out there to, have a good experience, have fun, enjoy ourselves. Bars have reopened. But our role in all of this, public health's role in all of this, is just to ensure that everybody is safe, that nobody is out there getting sick. That's our overall mission. We're not there to be Debbie Downers or, try to put a damper at all this. We just want to make sure everybody.
you don't have to explain, Janelle. You guys are just doing your job.
Right.
But I want to say also that I really feel for the women health inspectors, Malou, to hear that they're uncomfortable, which to me, it just means they're scared. They're worried about going into these establishments at night and inspecting them. I just think we got to do better as a community, especially to the patrons and owners of these businesses. Like Janella said, it's kind of a no-brainer. Public health is the enforcement authority on these issues, so they need to be treated, and especially their inspectors, especially women. Like, come on, really? We're going to make women feel uncomfortable doing their job in the middle of the night? I mean, they're already going through enough, so just please cooperate.
Right.
Yeah, just want to ask for their cooperation. That's all.
Right.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that.
Of course. There was one other thing. Janelle, I don't know. I think I know the answer to this, though. With the new strains of COVID, are there any new protocols for quarantine and those coming home with hardship circumstances? Nothing has changed with the quarantine, right?
No, nothing's changed at this time. But, for those seeking emergency hardship exemptions, of course, they can always make a request with us. dphss.guam.gov/quarantine. They scroll down to the bottom. There's a little request box there. They can send their request that way. But, we do take a look at that. Our quarantine facility does take a look at each and every request, and it just depends on the circumstances. But we do review all of them. It's on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
We know that the FDA gave the emergency youth authorization for Johnson & Johnson vaccine, but I did want to ask if Public Health received any word back from the CDC on the variant samples, or the samples that were sent in to see if the variant was on Guam?
I don't believe we've received it yet. I think based on our discussion with them, we are still waiting for word on that. I think we are sort of on a waiting list because there are other jurisdictions that are also waiting to receive or have submitted their samples and are waiting to receive results for their respective jurisdictions. So we're still waiting for ours. But of course, as soon as we receive any word of results, we'll share that with the public as soon as possible.
Any community testing this week?
We are planning for 2 this week. We just don't have, all the finalized details, but the location, the areas that we're eyeing are somewhere in the MTM area. So Momong Totomaiti, we are working with Mayor Rudy Paco. And then in the Dedito area, possibly Estumbo. But again, we haven't finalized the details, so we don't know yet what date. But, usually we have it between 9 to 12 p.m. We just don't have the date, but possibly Estumbo, maybe Estumbo Gym. And then for MTM, we don't have a venue yet, but we are working with Mayor Rudy Paco to identify a location. But we will be announcing the dates and the exact location once we have the details finalized. So we're hoping for 2 this week.
We are getting questions about the vaccination clinics. Are there any clinics this week? Are they all?
Right now, we don't have any this week, but of course, that's also dependent on when the vaccines arrive. So as you know, we did place an order last week on the 26th. That was on Friday. But if they arrive early, because we have 3 to 5 business days. So it really depends on when they arrive. If the Pfizer, Moderna vaccines arrive early, then we can start planning to schedule the vaccination clinics, especially those who are due for dose 2.
Right.
And dose 2. So hopefully they arrive earlier than 3 to 5 business days.
Okay. All right. So anybody that's listening, no vaccination clinics for this week just yet.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Malu, thank you.
Thanks, Malu.
Thank you.
Thanks, Janella.
Let me know if you need an escort for your inspectors at night, because Jason's totally available.
I thought you were going to offer yourself.
No,
Chris.
I'm throwing Jason under the bus. Thank you, Malu. Thanks, Janella.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll see you guys. There you go. Really, I just want to give a hand to these inspectors. They're totally understaffed. I don't know why we haven't been able to hire more health inspectors, and we're doing a lot of hiring in the government of Guam, but we definitely need more of these inspectors. And I just got to say, shame on you guys for making these women inspectors feel like uncomfortable in a bar setting. I mean, it is what it is. You're a lone female health inspector. You show up in a bar after they've been closed for a year, or even a restaurant or any type of business, right? So these businesses are just so, I think, worried about getting pinged or cited by any of these tickets. But again, really just gotta do better, guys. Come on.
All right. But for me too, though, I really would like to see the list of all the inspections, so it doesn't seem as though, they're just going and
Right. No, I
not
get what
picking
you're
on
saying.
people, but
No.
just to see. Well, there's all these people that are in compliance,
Right,
that
yeah,
are following the
yeah.
rules, so it's fair.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's unfair that these businesses aren't following the protocols and the rules, because it's like second nature. We all know that you got to wear your mask. I mean, everybody, my kids know what the freaking protocols are for businesses. You know what I mean? And so to hear that public health's popping in and you got employees not wearing masks, you got customers not wearing masks, they're not doing the social distancing, that's exactly what got us into that second surge, guys. So please be vigilant, do your part. I guess I was almost going to be like, oh, maybe we don't need to say wash your hands, wear your mask, watch your distance. But obviously, some people aren't getting the message. So please, wear your mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands. 9:21, let's head over to Jason Solis. Ladies and gentlemen, the link featuring Sabrina Solis-Mantanani, Chris Barnett, but starring the one and only Jason Solis. Jason, good morning.
Gee, no pressure. Well, there is no pressure whatsoever for our friends over at the University of Guam, because the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences are hosting a wonderful forum, and I have here in the KUM newsroom Dr. Charlene Santos Bamba and Dr. David Ruskin. There you go. Sorry, my with my eyesight and everything like that, I'm hoping you guys will open an optometry school pretty soon. So, doctors, thanks so much for joining us. And I know we're a little bit behind, but thanks so much for waiting. And congratulations on being able to host this conference. Never an easy thing to do in real life. Maybe a little bit more challenging virtually. And that is how we're doing the class research conference this year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Jason. First of all, thank you for having us on the show. We're really excited to be here.
Of course, Charlene. You're always welcome here.
But yes, it will be held virtually this year, and because of our current situation, and we're actually collaborating with the university's Global Learning and Engagement Office under the direction of Mr. Carlos Taitano and Amanda Blas. And Dr. David Ruskin here is the chair of the conference this year.
Okay, I love interviewing academics, and I also love it when we're interviewing more than one person here in Zoom, and when one of them actually has the virtual background of the school that's putting on the conference, and the other one has an office full of books. I mean, I feel completely at ease, and I'm very, very excited to see what kind of information you will be presented. So, Dr. Ruskin, exactly what type of material are you being will you go over? Because I understand the theme of the conference is modern issues, traditional solutions.
That's right. And again, thank you for having us this morning.
For sure.
So in the face of the global pandemic, we felt it was important, especially with that and also the other issues facing the island, to try to bring the research from our community, both the research community and the larger community, to see what the existing wisdom was that we could apply to these situations. And so many of the talks that are going to be in the conference have some sort of intersection between the traditional the traditional knowledge and how that can be applied to, say, the COVID-19 situation, or other things like climate change and health and aging.
Excellent. Okay. Well, we have, it's interesting that I'm interviewing two of the faculty members with the Liberal Arts and Social Sciences School right now, because that is the first part of our 8-part series on UOG in preparation for next week's Charter Day or Charter Week or Charter Month. And it could be Charter Year at UOG. I mean, we celebrate the achievements of our institution of higher learning. And the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences is actually kicking off that series tonight. So your school is prominently featured. And part of that is, what we were able to glean from Dr. James Selman, one of the esteemed faculty members there, a philosopher, was that, it's in search of knowledge and, study of the humanities and studies of ways of critical thinking greatly benefit society, in any era. And certainly in our current times with modern problems, globally impactful crises and everything like that, critical thinking is probably more than ever, so needed in our island community. So, when it comes to addressing, like you said, Dr. Ruskin, and Charlene, jump in as you see fit, when it comes to addressing the problems that affect us now from a socioeconomic standpoint, or, behavioral, mental health challenges and everything like that, how do we actually take the theme that you're working with and kind of apply that with the critical thinking that young minds at UOG are honing?
I'll take a stab at that.
And that was the world's longest run-on sentence by me, by the way.
That's okay. That's okay, Jason.
Can you tell I did not major in English?
That's okay, Jason. But, with regard to looking at traditional knowledge, right, and the modern issues that we face today, whether it's pandemic or mental health and self-care, right, there is a community that hosts our institution. And there is a community that is thousands of years old, and a culture and knowledge and wisdom that has been passed on from generation to generation. And I think it behooves us as an academic community to ensure that we harvest some of that wisdom, right? And we use it and we study it, and to help us figure out, right, resolutions to the issues that we face today. There's a reason why Chamorros have lived for so long, right, on Guam and in this area, and it's because of that wisdom, right, that they've accumulated over the years and through the generations and has passed on. And so a lot of times also when we think about kind of healing our community or solving the problems, here on Guam and in many island communities and societies across the world, right, it's about the collective and trying to figure out and how to solve problems for the collective and not necessarily just for individual gain. And so with this instance, I think that particularly in our island community, right, that we use our island identities and the wisdom passed on from those before us, study it, right, and use it again and apply it in the various ways which we can and we are able.
Mm-hmm. Well, I come from the UOG class of 1996 very proudly, and I remember the one theme that always resonated in my 4 years over there was always, think globally, act locally. That in every single class, like I majored in business, but I got that in art history, in philosophy, in physical education. They're like, if you want to be a strong critical thinker and a proper university student, you have to broaden your mind, but also know how to apply these solutions, directly to impact, as you said, Dr. Santos Bamba, your local community. So, Dr. Ruskin, it's interesting. And are you also addressing in the conference, it's one thing to come up with theoretical solutions, but then actually posing this to the attendees and saying, and now regardless of whichever industry you come from, this is how we would hope you would implement these things in your own industries, in government, in the military, or are you going to make it like maybe just roundtable and have a big Q&A and say, okay, well, now we've kind of laid out the concepts. Let's talk about how to actually put this into action.
Oh, that's a really good question. I'm glad that you've asked that. A number of the people presenting this year are actually presenting on very practical types of solutions. So, for example, there is a talk by some of the people in the nursing school addressing, well, how does traditional Chamorro medicine and traditional Chamorro healing apply towards how we deal with, say, elders with dementia? And so these are talks that bring in not only this intersection, but also provide a way of a possible set of solutions or a possible set of actions that can be applied towards that as well. So the research community, this is not just theoretical knowledge, this is also applications. And we really favored talks this year that provided some sort of way forward, not just of looking at the past and saying, here's how this might apply, but to say, here's a way that we can actually use that in a productive way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and who is the target audience for this? I know, obviously, we're saying it's a lot of big thinkers and maybe decision makers and everything, but also I'm gleaning from this, and maybe as a testament to the theme, you want a lot of young people and a lot of multi-generational people. So like Dr. Santos Bamba, you said, that tradition of taking care of our communities and the cultural virtues that we hold on to as Guamanians, we can make sure that that's preserved from generation to generation.
Most definitely. We this conference is open and free to the public, right? We want whoever is able to attend, please do so. Not just students, people who are in the workplace, regular workplace, homemakers, right? Students. And I think that the topics that will be presented and these different presentations, I think they're very accessible. And I think that's key here, right? Oftentimes, when people think of the University of Guam and quote unquote research, right? All of a sudden, it's not as exciting. But rather, I think that these topics and the presenters have prepared themselves to address a diverse audience and not merely an audience of scholars. And I think that's key here, right? We want to engage with the community and invite them, right? And invite everyone to participate.
Okay, and I've actually got the links right now. I'm putting the lineup of the speakers, and it's a fantastic lineup. So maybe can you give us like a little bit of a sneak peek on who the presenters will be? Because I just put the registration link in our comments. So if you guys are watching us on Facebook Live right now, please make sure to join it. It's a virtual conference, and as the two esteemed scholars that we have with us, they said it's free for the community. So, and you can also see the lineup. So real quickly, like who are some of the people that we'll be able to hear from?
Well, I'm excited. We've got several, actually. One, we've got Dr. Chris Rasmussen. And Dr. Rasmussen is fairly new to the island, maybe a few years. And he's actually doing a piece on Russian asylum seekers on Guam and looking at kind of the historical approach and what their trajectory may be moving forward. So that's really exciting. We know that the Russian asylum seekers have received some coverage over the past several weeks.
Yeah, we did a very revealing interview with two of the members of that community. I believe they said there's as many as 100 people right now that are Russians that are seeking asylum, like right here on this program. We would love to network them and hopefully like get them involved directly.
Yeah, most definitely. We've also got Dr. Deborah Cabrera, who will be looking at examining the predictors of passive and active littering on Guam. Right? Those who throw their trash, right? What are some of the issues involved there, and looking at people's behaviors at doing that, right? So, we kind of understand people's behaviors and why they do what they do. Maybe we can have a better solution to a problem. And then, really exciting. We have our Honorable Lieutenant Governor Joshua Tenorio, who will be our keynote speaker. And Miss Lieutenant Governor Tenorio, of course, is a wonderful speaker and quite engaging.
He is.
And he's also going to talk about using traditions and wisdoms and how he and Governor Lulian Guerrero have used that wisdom to help, get through this pandemic and the issues that we have today.
All right, wonderful. So again, you can find the links right now, everybody watching on Facebook Live, in our comment stream for both the lineup of the speakers as well as the registration. So we certainly hope that you would jump in there. And when you pop in the virtual conference, tell them the link sent you and everything. We'd appreciate it. Just let them know that that we've got a community here that we're passing on there, because knowledge is power, certainly. Dr. Ruskin, we'll give you the final word as we wrap up this interview, and your thoughts on the upcoming conference and what it's going to mean for our island community, please, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thanks again for allowing us to talk about the conference this morning. Just wanted to again point out that it's free and open to the entire community, and that we are very excited to be able to have a conference this year at all, and to be able to share some of the research with the community. I think it's a very important function of the university to be not only collecting the knowledge but also producing new knowledge and new ways forward. And so to be able to take that information and share it with the community is a central function of what we do.
All right. Well, thank you so much, doctors, and good luck to you and your colleagues. I always enjoy attending a good conference. I mean, you come away with so much more knowledge, things to think about, and that really is the point. So best of luck to you, and we'll see you at the conference.
Thank you so much. I know you've shared the URL in text. Can we also just share it verbally?
Oh, sure. Yeah, certainly.
So we've got uog.edu/class-ARC. That's CLAS-ARC. Thank you so much.
All right. Very nice. Have a wonderful day. Thanks for joining us.
Adios.
All right, adios. And we have some music for you now, Chris, as we always do right here. Our Cover Me segment is proudly brought to you by Burger King. We feature wonderful artists throughout the island, throughout the world, who have a passion for music, who have the gift in their heart and want to share it with you. And we have an amazing performer right now. He's someone that we have featured a couple times on the various stations and networks of KUM over the years, Jonah Hanum. And he's got a wonderful song called I Was in Love. But the one thing I want you to pay attention to this, guys, is the quality of the music video. He's telling a story visually, and this is a crazy music video. You're really going to like this. So good job, Jonah, and enjoy. We'll see you on the flip side of this interview, where we are going to talk about the ancient art of sling stoning. But first, here's Jonah Hanum with I Think I Was in Love.
It's got...
Can you tell me why every night feels like a last night? I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. I remember that first night. We decided it was alright to chill for a little bit. Showed you some music and you showed me some too. And I went and sang that song for you. And every time I close my eyes, I'm reminded of how I really felt when it made you cry. 'Cause that's when I realized I really felt. So tell me why every night feels like a last night. I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. that one night I was in your room and we were sleeping on that twin size mattress. Closed eyes, I was staring at you, pretending to sleep. You're such an actress. When I tapped you and said I had to leave, you just grabbed a hold of me. And that was when we first kissed, and I knew I'd never wanna leave. Then we rolled, smoke, mirrors on, clearer than before. Darling, I know you know me better than lonely you've been known. But knowing the old growing older without you is ironically painful as nostalgia. It's not a stick in a stone, it's like a brick to the bone. 'Cause you can pick up the phone last time I called you. So tell me why every night feels like last night. Last night, I swear I'll never feel like you felt it last night. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. Every night feels like last night. I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Yeah. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. Baby, I was in love with you. I was in love with you. I was in love with you.
All right, Jonah Hanum, I told you guys were going to love that music video. We feature artists from all over the world, like I said. You know, I mean, it just doesn't have to be people who are currently on Guam. You didn't have to be born on Guam. You know, if you have music in your heart and you want to share it with the world, that's your gift, and it is our duty, honor, and privilege to share it with everybody. So make sure you check us out. DM us at any of our social media platforms. Send us your music video, and we will certainly feature it. Remember, Cover Me, sponsored by Burger King. Well, let's go back into the KUM News Zoom room now, my friends, because we have three friends of mine right now that would like to share their passion and their gift for the ancient art of sling stoning. And who better to talk about this tradition that is so tied into who we are as our people than Roman Dela Cruz, who has got a ton of gear this morning. Rom, good morning, bro. Good to see you as always. Oops, unmute. Yeah, you guys can unmute your mics. You guys are all cool. There we are. Good morning, Rom.
Good morning. Hey, good morning. Up day, man. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Stoked for your for the microphone on the activities that we have moving towards the 500 official 500 date.
Very nice. And also joining us in the Zoom room right now, we have Peter Tovers. Peter, good morning. Buenas.
Morning.
All right, and where are you joining us from, Peter?
Coming up from Ipan.
Oh, very nice. Oh man, good morning there today. Good breeze coming off the sea down there.
Yes,
very
nice
good.
and right.
And then we also have Josiah Perez, who is joining us now, another slingstone enthusiast. Josiah, what village are you from, man?
Derido.
Yeah, right, just right up the street from us. Very cool. I was born and raised in Derido, Ipapao Estates, man. Good to meet a fellow Derido resident.
Let's start with Roman and the event, because you sent me a video last night, and you guys were actually practicing for a ceremony for something that's going to be happening tomorrow afternoon, right?
Yes, we're just getting together. You know, a big part of the vision, a big part of the culminating efforts over the years have been towards building, showcasing slinging and reigniting slinging for this big 500-year anniversary. So though the official commemorative date will be on Saturday, we wanted to bid a friendly farewell and safe voyage to the Elcano, who would be visiting and stoked enough to pass by Guam. Mm-hmm. So I think it's been important for us, is even though that sling stones before were used against the Spanish during war for self-defense, it's important for us right now that we help not just them understand, but most importantly, our people understand, and even eventually the world understand that though maybe we might have had negative things that happen in the history, the worst thing that we can happen is to avoid gaining something positive from it. So over the years are squeezing some positivity out of it. You know what I mean? Because if we allow ourselves to maintain the negativity, then we're just, man, then, you know, those wounds will never heal, you know? So we found a way to graduate our mindset behind that. And we've transformed these, you know, sling stones of war. And now we're trying to activate them in another way to defend the people. And that's moving towards peace.
And so tomorrow, is that when the throwing away party is?
Yes, tomorrow. Well, we had received word that the Ilocano's closest point of approach was going to be at 6 p.m. at Umatic Bay, and that's a big popular place for us for stone slinging because it's the most abundant source of supply of stones and something that you can never overly exhaust. So we've been assembling there right now. A big part of what we want to do is get as many people slinging stones for the 500-year anniversary. That includes everybody, not just from Guam, but Saipan, Rota, Tinian, all throughout the Marianas, all the way towards Pagan, if possible. And quite importantly, significantly, is for Chamorros around the world, you know. So I think the assembling of all the stone slingers in the island, if we can, you know, it's an invitation to all stone slingers, of course. Come masked up, come, you know, let's be responsible about it. And if we can get an assembly, and it'd just be great for Chamorros and everybody else around the world.
Right. And I think the one you got to watch out for, though, is Josiah, because Josiah's got an arm on him. Mm-hmm. Award-winning slinger, man, there.
You know, he's older now, and he's doing some really, really freestyle stuff. It's really impressive. So, yeah, can't wait to see what he has in store for tomorrow.
Don't try and hurt anybody, Josiah.
Can we nickname you the Dedito Cannon?
He said yes.
And Josiah, do you sling with your right arm, or are you a lefty?
Right arm.
Right arm. Okay, right on. Right arm, right on. And how long have you been practicing this art? And the one thing that amazed me is, you know, when Sabrina and I and some of my colleagues here at KOM, we went down to Umatic Bay last year, you know, and you guys welcomed us, you know, so warmly, and, you know, you shared, you know, the techniques that you have. And the thing that's always blown me away about people who throw sling stones is, yeah, I mean, I always knew that if you practice at something over time, you'll get better at it and you'll get more and more accurate. But I mean, they have those big targets, and there's those big plywoods and the 2x4s that you guys throw at and everything. I mean, it wasn't just the people who were consistently hitting the wood. I mean, they were nailing the bullseye every single time, and I was just blown away. So how long has it taken you to, you know, to work on this, to be that accurate and to be that good?
I think I practiced when I was 5. So now I'm 10, so it took me 5 years.
Wow. You've been slinging for half your life. That's impressive, dude. What does it mean to you? Like, and what do people say when they come up to you, whether they're classmates of yours, your family, like your peers, or even like some older people or people that aren't from Guam, and they say, wow, you're really, really good. You know, can you teach me to do that?
They would say, like, can you teach me how to do a trick?
Okay, what is your best trick?
I forget what it's called. It's where I spin, I jump up, turn around, make it go under, and then I toss it.
Oh, wow. That's impressive. That's also pretty dangerous. All right, so let's go to Peter over in EPAND. Peter, what is your responsibility going to be in tomorrow's celebration? Let's go. I love the word that Rome used when he said we have graduated our mindset, you know, over the years to be able to, you know, take something that was a form of combat, and, you know, we're also doing it to advance our people, but, you know, we're also doing it to teach the new generations, and, you know, and honor our ancestors' traditions and everything. So how will you be honoring these traditions?
Yeah, so the word, you know, you just said the word teach. So I'm a teacher at Jose Regis Middle School. And, you know, Rome has always been the fire starter, so to speak. And when it started out, I think 2018, the Chamorro teachers approached me and said, you know, how can we introduce the slinging into the Chamorro studies? So I took the lead, and we started with the Chamorro students. and then it just blossomed into the whole school. So I teach it through the school side, weaving, throwing, targeting, respecting. You know, like Rome said earlier too, you know, we can't use it in a negative way. And that was kind of like the number one rule. If you get in trouble somewhat through the school and or using the sling the wrong way, we kick you out, because it's about resurrecting the culture, bringing it back. And, you know, with Josiah, there's even younger slingers. And then opposite of that, there's older ones as well. But I do from the school side. That's where I come from.
So Peter, as a teacher of our culture and our heritage, it's your responsibility to not only say, you know, I mean, this is a form of exercise. It's, you know, as Rome said, it's got a lot of cultural significance. But when you're imparting exactly what this art means to our people and everything, like how do you approach that to people, and what do people basically? How do they embrace those lessons? Like, what does it mean to them when you finally say, this is exactly what it is and this is what it means to us?
Right. So, you know, I'm so glad the Chamorro teachers approached me in this manner. So what they do, before we introduce this, you know, we do the blessing, the Chamorro song. So right then and there, they realize that this is, you know, it's not negative, it's positive. So from there, they take it, we teach them, and then I consistently respect. Let's resurrect the culture, all respect. And they get it, the kids get it, they pass it on. They you know, they teach each other, don't do this, don't do that. Wait, you know, safety is another factor. Like you said, rocks, you know, we start with tennis balls, we go to rocks, I use golf balls. And then their parents will come up to me during PTC and say, hey sir, can I get a sling? Because their kids are teaching their parents now. So it's started out with one little fire by Roman and Guelo, and then now it's just spreading across the island.
Roman, I want to say it was about a year ago, I think you were talking about, you know, this 500-year commemoration when I went down to Paseo and I got a lesson on a sling stone. You know, you sent me the video of the Escalon when it was coming in. What was that feeling for you to see it firsthand? Because a lot of people didn't get to see it so close and personal out in the ocean, and you know, you and I think Tasa were out there.
Is that for me?
Yeah, Rome. That's for
Oh,
you.
for me?
Yeah.
Okay. How did I feel about that boy? You know, I ended up missing the boat on Tossa because I have terrible eyes and I read the message wrong. So what I had to do is I was in Agani, I drove down to Tumon and I had seen them out in Fujita Road, over the reef in Fujita Road. So I immediately grabbed my paddleboard and I tried to chase him out into the ocean. So I was able to chase him pretty close, but I probably could have been about 10 minutes faster. But it did feel incredible because, you know, my expectation is I wanted to be really close and right up front and feel it and feel all that energy and everything. But paddling over the reef, finding a way to chase a boat helped me to understand that besides the flying pros and the SACMEMs and everything like that, as a water people, it helped me to understand that there were all kinds of crafts. So I was able to dial into that sensation and it felt kind of cool to be away from there's a point when you're paddling around Oka Point where you can't see anything else. You know, it looks completely Jurassic, quite Jurassic. So being out there and then watching the SACMEMs come across the boat, seeing the boat turn around and do all of that, it really helped me to feel, man, like the gravity of, if you would imagine what the 500 sails had looked like not in 1521, but I think years after, but how 500 SACMEMs or pros would have looked over the reef, you would see this vast, ridiculous expanse of seafarers. And you know, just to be out there and to feel that helped me to reflect back to old drawings where they show stand-up there are several old drawings where they show stand-up paddleboarders among the ancient Chamorros, and that's pretty impressive because though stand-up paddling has been around, it was like in the late 1980s where the long paddle was kind of really, that was the one that really changed the whole, it opened up stand-up paddling to more people. And to see that our ancestors had that figured out in the 1600s, the 1500s, or whatever, really helped me understand why there are so many Chamorros that are so drawn deeply to the water. So, I mean, outside of what it does for slinging, I mean, where slinging brings you, and then understanding, having the ability to converse with a lot of these master navigators from the outer islands through TASA, you know, it helps me understand that slinging was a big part of the seafaring culture as well. Right. So now to see this resurgence in slinging and to see this resurgence in seafaring and to understand that even just with interest and support that we can all be a part of it. We don't have to be the best slingers. We don't have to be the ultimate seafarers, but as long as we draw our attention towards it and we help steer people towards that path, then I think that's a really good way to serve the ancestors, because with the seafaring, they're the first people. The seafarers are the first people that arrived on our land. And the slingers were the people who were, whatever time they came in, they were the ultimate people that defended it. So these are two very powerful tools that we can still steer into our community, especially having this whole COVID situation kind of wipe the slate clean on how we do things. You know, it's a good way to look at this 500 years and to observe it more from admiring our culture, not for something, things of our culture, not for something that we could just put on a shelf that will look nice, but like the sling, like the seafaring, like the weaving, like the dancing, whatever, the chanting, if we can put these things into our hands and actually help us steer forward, you know, it's really, it helps. It helps, and we could all use help.
Yeah, Rome, you know what's really cool is there was a picture I saw where it was the Spanish ship, and then there was a couple segments, and but just seeing that image for me, you know, 500 years later, it really gets you, man. It gets you right here, you know.
On the field.
And I just seeing in social media, I'm seeing, and I was one of these guys who was like, why are we even, you know, rolling out the red carpet for the Spanish? Because, you know, I can hold a grudge like that. But so, and I even saw some people on Twitter saying like they wanted to sling at this just to be like, yeah, hey, we didn't forget.
And you know what? And that is completely understandable, and I understand that, and I have a lot of friends that are activists, and I think maybe in our way a lot of our slingers are activists as well, but you know that it's organic like that, because ultimately everybody's feeling their way, because maybe, you know, like for those that might be a little bit excited or maybe welcoming or hospitable for the traveling vessel, it's like, you know, I don't think that the Spanish back in the day, and you have to forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think it was really the Spanish that were necessarily the enemy. I think it was a mindset of colonization that was the enemy. You know, I think a forceful colonization. So I think that's really, now regardless of how we might feel, we also have to accept that there is a possibility that there was great friendships between, not just because there wasn't just pure Spanish that were coming on these vessels that were coming through Guam. You know, it's an international mix, and it wasn't only just pure Chamorros that I think we're here as a seafaring people. We had a vast mix of people, you know, so of course we want to stay loyal to the land and stay loyal to the people, but I think staying loyal to the people for the past, the present, and the future is elevating our minds and trying to come to help ourselves steer towards a mindset of the pursuit of peace that preceded the colonizers. You know, like that is, I think, how we can.
He's muted.
He muted himself. We lost you at colonizer. That's how you should say it during Mestre Moro, Rome.
There he is.
But yeah, man, I just watched Moana, man. So you know that's where that's the song I get ignited like that.
Did you ever watch Moana Blown?
I know it's great, and I understand. You know, so what position do we want to take?
Yeah.
Against, you know, but there's so much more to be said. I don't think that we can wrap that up in the short timeline that we have. But I would like to show you guys this. and it's this. This is a book here. It's an ancient book from the Balearic Islands, and it's a book on sling stones, on their sling stones. So when you look at the, believe it or not, it got wet in my car.
I believe it. Yeah.
But anyways, that happens. But sling stones were prominent enough and important enough in their culture where they would make books about it, publications about it. And to understand that halfway across the world, in the Mariana Islands, we have a slinging history at least just as deep as these guys. And to have that common ground, to have that kind of, that's some things we want to focus on. When Walu and I and the Josiah and Brandy and Shimmy from Ireland, when we all went to Ireland, I'll tell you, when we went to the Balearic Islands, and the expectation was kind of like, of course, slinging stones, there's a little bit of a, there's kind of like a little bit of an angry Chamorro that's kind of resting in you, and I'll rewind it a little bit further back when Walu and I had first went out to the Balearic Islands, to Mallorca for the first year of competition in 2017. We had assembled gifts of ancient artifact sling stones that people had brought with us, and in the case, if the case ever arose, we wanted to sling it in the proper places, of course, never to hurt anybody, but hey, man, I think a lot of what motivated us in slinging, there was a lot of that fire of that angry, of vengeance and of whatever, there was a part of that needed to set the fire to this ignition. But now, I think after just enjoying so many good, positive friendships with our friends at the Balearic Islands, local Spaniards here, understanding the relationships, and it said, hey, man, you know what? This time to be drawing lines to divide. This time of dividing people is not really, I don't think it's going to help us anything right now, because the world has enough problems to deal with.
Yeah. When you talked about all the 500 sails and the 500 Goliaths, segments, proas, and you know what they call that, right? That's called the Parmata.
True.
Right on.
Well, let me ask one question real quick, because specifically for Peter and Josiah, right? As we are now beginning Mes Chamorro, right? The time of the year when we celebrate who we are as a people. Our ancestors, Josiah as a practitioner of this ancient sacred art, and Senor Pedro as a teacher, and making sure that these lessons are preserved. When our ancestors are watching, and we all know they are, what would you like for them to think about how you are preserving Chamorro heritage and Chamorro history?
Want to start, Josiah?
I want them to think that we're doing a good thing, teaching other people from all around the world.
All right. Well, you're doing just that. That's a good job.
Well, whether it's that time in Chamorro month or any day, just the fact that you're slinging, I could feel it. I could feel it that the ancestors are around, and they're knowing that we're resurrecting something that started ever since, so to speak. So the feeling is there. The feeling is there, guaranteed. Anywhere you sling, at least for me, I feel it when my kids do it at school. I feel it when my kids do it at my house, the beach, the mountains, you name it. I feel it. The ancestors are present.
Thank you, Peter. Josiah, thank you. Rome, thanks, man.
Hey, thank you very much. And if anything, if there are any slingers, rockers, or whippersnappers out there that are interested in joining in this send-off and the safe voyage, please join us at Umatic Bay. Tomorrow we'll be there from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Bring some seeds if you can. If the turnout gets too abundant, we'll be slinging seeds if we can't space safely. Okay. Thank you very much.
Rome, real quickly, Saturday's event.
Saturday's event we will be at the Saturday's event, March 6th marks the actual 500 date. So we will be, to commemorate that date, we will be at the Saugan Couture in Chamorro for their opening hours. That will also be their opening day, their reopening day after all this COVID. And we will be offering free sling lessons all day long. And we will also be having a story a story circle, or they will be having a story circle as well as a artifact sharing. So if you have any significant artifacts that you might want to share, you might want to talk about, please bring them by. There's a couple of us. There's a really good supply there. There's a tremendous amount of noteworthy artifacts that are already there in place with Johnny Cakes. And some of us want to bring in some other things that we want to talk about and just start, I think, celebrate. We're not going to celebrate Magellan or the explorers right now. What we're celebrating with the 500s, we want to focus our mindset is on celebrating the people that preceded them. That's really what's paramount. And if there's any commemoration, this isn't for us, even regardless of what the Elcano's mission is. For us, it's not Magellan arriving here. It's about our ancestors running into European explorers. Right. I think that's what's important. And so if we try to look at that through that perspective, thank you very much. The Marianas History Conference, that was excellent. Very freaking mind cultivating. But I think if we move from that perspective, that's why we're inviting everybody to join us with Otsu Marianas at the Southern Couture in Chamorro. Join us that day. If you're interested in slinging, please come on by. We teach for free. Let's rock.
All right.
Okay, all
Thank
you
you.
whippersnappers out there.
Rockers.
Rockers.
Yeah.
Eh.
No, it's true if you want to say it, but
Right on.
you know.
Stay safe, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank
That's
you very
the
much.
right
Bye-bye.
on. There you go. Slings up.
Slings up.
10:04. Good job today, Jason. As always, man. This guy's a keeper.
Fun show, man.
Joe, sir. Good job. Sabrina.
Good job.
Good
Chris.
job, guys. Good job. You
job,
guys.
everybody.
No, you guys. Good job. Don't forget, we got your 6 with our primetime newscast and the KUAM news team. This has been the March 1st Monday episode of The Link.
I'm sorry, real quick. Okay,
Yeah.
so Chris was mentioning over and over and over at the top of the show, if you have plans to go to Reventax because you're trying to file something, Reventax is closed today on account of the Gov Guam holiday.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, rock out tomorrow. You
But
got
go-
it. 4 to 6.
But go to myguamtax.com if you need to.
Right
That's
on.
always open.
Website's always open. Ain't no holiday for the internet. 10:05. Thank you again, East West Rental, also Cobble Enterprises, Carrier, and IT&E for sponsoring The Link right here on The Breeze. We're KUAM FM Magatni Guam. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Hasta. Adios.
Bye.